So welcome to Nexus. Nexus started 2013. The first course was CCNA, which is improvised network engineering course. Improvised meaning we injected voice over IP, no, not normally part of the CCNA. 2014, we're the first one to conduct Microsoft Certified Solution Expert with the 100% hands-on using a servers. 2015, we pioneered in virtualization. So we introduced yung Citrix and server. I think we were the first one in the Philippines. Then 2016, we introduced in virtual desktop infra. Ito yung mga CNAPs and desktop courses, which is primarily used when you're working from home. Then 2017, we injected cybersecurity and ethical hacking. 2018, we ventured into VMware, no? VMware 6.0 pa nun which is install, configure, manage vSphere. 2019, we introduced yung mga cloud technologies such as AWS, Azure, and then we offer pretty much everything, lahat ng courses no, na kailangan sa IT. So my name is Chris Benaventura. My first job was with Accenture, 1995. 1996, I went to Australia. I worked in IBM for the last 10 years as an Intel specialist. Intel specialist, ito yung mga first year mo is analyst ka, no? And then you become part of business as usual team. And then third year compliance team, fourth year network engineering team, succeeding years, dito na ako sa server automation, and so on. Napaka-wide, no? Kaya maganda mag-work sa IBM Australia. 2006 to 2011, I work as part of the hosting team sa Hewlett-Packard. Now, as a virtualization engineer for the last 5 years. Then 2011, 2016, I work in Telstra. It's a #1 telco in Australia as a cloud specialist. Dito wala pang public cloud during that time. Meron lang kaming private, which is hosted in our data center. 2016, naging trainer ako sa Nexus dito sa Philippines. 2019, 2020, I work in government as a DevOps engineer. So more than 22 years IT industry. I passed AWS Certified Solution Architect noong August 20, 2019, with a score of 983. So isa lang mali niyan. I'm a Microsoft Certified Trainer as of 2023. No? Every year, nire-renew to. I'm also MCSE. To pass this one data, you need to pass, I think, 4 examinations, which is difficult. But this is not offered anymore kasi pinalitan na lahat ng cloud. Same with MCSA and Microsoft Certified Professional. So this is my transcript. No? So I've passed mostly designing, upgrading, administering, configuring, installing servers. I'm also a VMware Certified Professional 6.5, so data center virtualization. I passed in 2018 with a passing score of 300. Score of 433. VCP in 5.0 as well. So I graduated from Southwestern Sydney Institute. I'm also Citrix Certified Associate. Ito yung VDI, you know? And also passed CCNA, you know, twice. Class hours natin 7 to 3. I'm gonna give you the manual. Copying of hands-on lab scripts and everything will be given to you, including PowerPoint slides, ebooks, and everything. Everything will be electronic. So we started 7. We should finish by 3. Meron tayong tea break, 15 minutes. And we have toilet break and step out anytime. And then most of the time, puro tayo theory. Tomorrow, hands-on lab. One way to learn is by asking me. Let me know if you don't understand the question. So for you to benefit, you should perform the hands-on lab. They say experience the best teacher. So that's why kailangan ma-experience nyo. Okay? Even if this one is so easy. Kailangan i-hands-on lab nyo. Okay? So yun ang culture sa Nexus. Mag-hands-on lab. Okay? So introduction. Siguro skip ko na to kasi ang dami nyo. Yun lang yung aking intro. So we have projects, no, from 1 to 14. Each project has a step-by-step procedure, okay? So dito, create muna ng server repo, storage, ano yung repo? Explain ko later. Create ng virtual hard drive, create ng virtual machine, create ng VM, then start the VM. Okay? So ganun ang format. We have our own program written in PowerShell. Okay, I will explain line by line. Well-documented, project 2. Okay, may mga well-documented, project 3. Bibigay ko sa inyo itong lahat ng programs. How to create 100 users in less than 5 minutes. How do you manage Active Directory and so on. So bibigay ko yan sa inyo. No? And then we have slides. up to 14. Okay? So 14 slides will be given to you. Course outline. Module 1, we're gonna create our own server from the scratch. Scratch talaga. Okay? I think someone is asking, uy, 36 na tayo. Okay, okay. So module 2, we're gonna do Active Directory administration, how we're gonna manage users, groups, and computers. Module 3, how do you create automatically using PowerShell? Module 4, how do you maintain AD? Kasi most of the time, ang work ko, maintenance of Active Directory over the weekend. Like today, meron ako upgrade. So that's why I have to go before 4 p.m. And then how do you deploy application? How do you manage settings? No, let's say you have 10,000 users. You manage settings using group policy. Then how do you create a file server? How do you redirect all the contents of desktop to a single point of server? So yun yung folder redirection. And then dito naman, para sa mga users na makukulit na save ng file na more than 5 gig. Diba ibang user nag-save ng more than ng mga pictures, videos. How do you limit those users? Tawag doon, file server resource management, or we gonna implement quota management para may limit silang 5 gig. Ito naman, DHCP, a distributed file system. Ito yung failover. Let's say you have a center dito sa Makati. What if nag-brown out? Eh di wala makaka-access na server. So using DFS, we can failover to BGC data center. No? And ito, most commonly used automatic assignment of devices. Let's say nag-on kayo ng cellphone ninyo, and laptop ninyo, kasi sa amin sa Sydney, naka-docking station lang kami. Pagpasok namin sa office, on lang namin laptop, connected na kami. So how do you connect sa office? Kailangan meron kayong IP address. Gagawin natin yan. And then, what if yung DHCP server na yun, for some reason, is unavailable? So we're gonna do a failover. Papatayin natin yung first server, then automatically, it will fail over to the succeeding node, as well as balancing. No? Let's say, overloaded is a server. We need to share the load. And then, most of the time, ito yung mga BAU team. They do troubleshooting, paano mag-fix, paano mag-resolve. No? Then module 12, DNS is very important. This one resolve host name resolution. And what if the DNS fail? Let's say tinaype mo facebook.com, hindi lalabas kasi patay yung DNS, di ba? So, to create a highly available server, gagawa tayo ng DNS failover. Kayo gagawa niyan. Hands-on talaga. Papatayin niyo yung DNS, then it should fail over to the next server. Okay? And then, as a good engineer, no, as a good IT support engineer, kailangan marunong kayo mag-fix ng problem. Kasi sa amin, sa Australia, we're solving at least 10 tickets a week. No? When I work in Accenture, 20 tickets. Pag sinabi yung ticket, trouble ticket. Ito yung mga problem na kailangan niyo i-solve as a technical support engineer. Okay? Any question? Okay, so
Hello,
ready na
hello,
ba kayo sa project natin? Ayan, say ask
hello,
question.
sorry sir, may naririnig sa background siguro yung someone should be on mute while you're speaking.
So logout lang ko. Okay, logout lang kayo.
No
may
sir, I
naririnig
think
ako sa
may
audio.
mga background sir. Someone should put their mic on mute.
Yeah. Please put your mic on mute, pero I can mute everyone. Naka-mute naman, naka-mute. Okay. I'll mute all. Yan. Okay. Okay, so it's very important to understand. Thank you for your addressing. No? It's very important to understand the high-level design. Though hindi naman kayo architect, no? Hindi kayo architect, pero maybe some of you are architect, no? Kasi ako I passed the examination in design. Design is the foundation of all infrastructure. So when I say infrastructure, how servers is interconnected, how you access the server. No, so dito meron kayong ito kayo students. Summer in Philippines, nakonect kayo sa modem, and then nakonect kayo sa ISP, tapos kukonect kayo sa server na nasa Australia. Okay? So there's a server na yun, bibigyan ko kayo ng isang Hyper-V host na you will build from scratch. Kayo mismo gagawa. So Hyper-V is virtualization software which virtualize servers, routers, network switches. So sa Hyper-V na yun, meron kang 100 gig disk space with a 6 gig RAM. Gagawa kayo ng tatlong servers. Okay, tatlong servers lang. Pero kung masipag kayo, pwede 4. Tatlong servers lang, no? Each server is 2 gig RAM. 2, 4, 6. Okay? Ito 1.5. Sa server 1, you need to put, sa project natin, you need to put IP address 10.11.21. Okay? Server 2, 22, and server 3, 23. So ano itong mga server na to? First role is AD. So we're gonna put AD, and then we're gonna implement Active Directory. And then installan natin siya ng folder redirection. Okay? Dito sa AD na to, we're gonna create 100 users. And dapat should synchronize on second Active Directory. Okay? Project number 2 yata yan. Okay? And then gagawa tayo ng group policy. Then pag login nyo dito sa server, it should take effect. Let's say, hide clock. Dapat mawala yung clock. Yan ang yung clock. Okay? Mawala yung clock. Okay? Tapos, hide yung control panel. Kailangan mawala. So, in short, server 3 pang testing. Ano yung server 3? Pang testing. Ang server 1 and 2 ang talagang server. Okay? We're gonna create folder redirection. So, ito client to users. Magsisave siya sa desktop. And that document should be redirected in a central server. And then we're gonna create DFS in Sydney. Then it should auto-synchronize sa DFS na nasa London. Sa shutdown natin to. And then dapat yung file ma-access directly from London using server 3. And then meron tayong DHCP. Ito yung DHCP client. We should be getting dynamic IP. Papatayin natin to. It should fail over to secondary DHCP. Okay, so ganun pag-test. So we have proof of concept na gagana siya. Pag hindi gumana, you have to repeat the steps. Okay? And so on. Ang dami yan. No? So yan ang ating project. Ready na ba kayo? So lahat to i-discuss ko today. Sir, enough ba yung time? So that's why today, more on listening, more on understanding. So meron tayong two mode, no? Understanding, discussion, proof of concept today yon. Hands-on lab tomorrow. Pero i-discuss ko, I will demonstrate to you paano gawin. This will be recorded. So tomorrow, when you perform hands-on lab, wala ako doon, you need to play. Okay? Play, perform, then pause. Then move to second project. So then play the second project. Play the video, perform the second project. Once you've done, pause again. Then move to the third project. Play the video, perform the third project, pause again. Ganun, no? Tatlong P. PPP. So ganun hands-on. Wala ako doon, pero we have technical support. If you have any question, using Skype. And please drop the call sa Skype. Kasi chat lang to. Chat lang natin to. Okay, add nyo na ako. Ha? So, yan ang ating project. Any question? So, I'll be giving this one to you later on. Kasi if I give now, you will be reading the slides. You won't be able to understand. Okay? Ito na. So, intindihin muna natin. And don't worry, this is recorded. Okay. So we're gonna go straight to module 1. Uy, 40 na tayo, 40. Well, iba dito sit-in, yung mga student from last year. One benefit enrolling in Nexus is you have unlimited sit-in. Pwedeng pabalik-balik. Well, anyway, paulit-ulit naman yung lesson namin, no? And this will be uploaded sa YouTube. No, you can visit the YouTube anytime you want. Okay, module 1 is server implementation. By the way, all lesson was taken from our official book. So, ano yung official book natin? Ito yan. I'll be giving this one to you. It's about 800 pages. So, kompleto to. That's why I chosen this book by Orin Thomas. No? So, this is very in-depth. No? Hundreds of time-saving solution, meaning solution in a box, SIB. In your work, you're gonna be having problem. Just open this book. No? Step-by-step solution will be provided to you. So let's say, how do you implement DNS? Type mo lang DNS. You know? Okay. So yan. Okay. So DNS server, translate hosting to IP. Yun lang kailangan tandaan natin. No? Huwag mo na pahabain. But if you want in-depth, basahin nyo yan. Okay? So yung lesson ko, more on my experience and If you ask definition ng forwarder and conditional, I will explain to you. Okay? Pero if you want point reference, point blank, ito yun. Page 163. Ganun na. Question, let's say, what is Active Directory? Yung mga, kasi may mga student na gusto, yung mga book club, bookish sila, bookish, no? O kasi by experience, eh, no? So what is Active Directory? Yeah. So Google, sa search niyo yan. No? So always go from the top. Yun. So click mo lang tong chapter 4 natin. Okay? So what is Active Directory? AD, identify Microsoft Network, which is the center of on-prem, not cloud. No? Active Directory is the identity store, which you need to provide for you to be authenticated so you can be granted access. Okay? So ako explain ko in my experience, my 22 years experience. Pero if you're bookish, napakadaming topic to. This is the best book, no? Ito yung hindi tinuro ng teacher ninyo or ng teacher ko nung nag-enroll ako sa MCSE dahil napakadami nito. Napakadami. Deployment, Hyper-V. Paano mag-create ng Hyper-V? How to manage storage, file servers, containers, clustering, blah, blah, blah. No, nandito lahat yan. Nandito. Okay? So ito na yung PowerPoint. High level. For you to absorb, no? Mas maganda kung may visual. Ito na yung visual. So, there are multiple edition of 2019. One is essential. Essential meaning maximum of 25 users can connect. So paano kung 30 users? Well, you need to upgrade to standard. Okay? So, pwede bang bumili lang ng license? Essential, hindi. Maximum 25 lang talaga. Standard, you can connect more than 25 users and devices. Plus, if you want additional users, no, you just purchase client access license. Now, some of the features ng standard and ng data centers not available sa standard, like yung mga clustering. No? Sa data center, full featured. Okay, so any feature na yan, napakadami, clustering, HA, DNS, IPAM, and so on. Then meron ding version ng Hyper-V, standalone, which is a free version of data center virtualization. So what is data center virtualization? Ito yung you are going to virtualize the server, routers, switches, functions, DHCP, and so on. Okay? Now requirements, napakababa. You only need 32 gig of hard drive. Ang CPU lang dito, 1.4, and architecture 64. Well, nowadays wala naman ng 32-bit na CPU, di ba? Now, yung high spec, depende sa role. Kung meron kang 10 roles, you need high RAM, no? High CPU. And depende din sa workload. Kung workload nito is 10,000 users, syempre mababa ang RAM na 512. Okay? Licensing activation. So each server has following minimum license. Kailangan bumili ka ng 8 core license sa TechNet, no? Punta ka lang sa microsofttechnet.com. Kung company 'yon, no, meron kayong login ID and password, click lang yung license na gusto niyo. Let's say 50 user, 50 calls, no, then you purchase. There should be 16 core license per server. So meaning all physical core, let's say, meron kang 4 na quad core. Quad meaning 4 sa isang CPU. So 4 core times 4 physical CPU equals 16. Okay? So kailangan lisensyado yung 4 na CPU na yun. Okay? Aside from that license, kailangan nyo yung license na ko-connect. Tawag doon, yung mga user, yung mga devices. Na? Tawag doon, call. Let's say, 2 PC ko-connect. Kailangan yung 2 PC may call. Okay? Activation model, napaka-simple. No? So, meron tayong activation method. Manual, ito yung SLMGR command. I'll demonstrate to you later. No? SLMGR/switch, then provide the activation code. Okay? The next command, sulat nyo, take note, SLMGR activate/activate. That means it will connect to the cloud para ma-activate yung server. So, dalawang method, no? To activate. First, you have to type the CD key, yung license key na binili nyo sa TechNet. Pangalawa, you need to activate. Okay? And then, ang dami automatic activation option like KMS. Enter nyo lang yung license number sa KMS server. Anything you join sa server, will be activated and will be using the same activation key. What's new in 2019? Meron na siyang admin center, which manage center, cluster, and hyperconverge. Hyperconverge, ito yung combination of CPU, which is compute power, networking layer, which is composed of router, switches, and any networking device, and storage layer, which is ito yung mga, andito yung mga virtual hard drive, file server, and so on. Combine na, no? If you're gonna compare sa converge, usually server, CPU lang. Wala pa din mga router switches, wala pa din storage, no? Itong 2019, he can manage hyperconverged infra. And then another feature is the dupe, na meron na siyang any duplicate blocks will be removed, which optimize the disk space, no, yung capacity. And meron siyang cluster set. So let's say in a single cluster, you have 25 servers that can be scaled out to a different cluster. Pwede ka mag-expand, no? Up to 32 clusters. Meron din siyang threat protection, which is malware protection and active defender, exploit guard, no? Both active and passive. So meron siyang host prevention, which is passive. Meaning, ini-scan lang yung malware viruses, malware signature. And as of 2019, meron na siyang active, which remove yung malware na yon. Kasi dati, meron lang siyang host intrusion prevention. Once the malware signature been detected, re-report lang sa inyo. Wala siyang removal. So ngayon, meron na siyang hindi lang guard, kundi meron siyang threat protection na tinatawag. No? Then we have server core app compatibility. Yung core kasi is like a Linux, no? Walang graphical user interface. Now, you can easily switch from command prompt into a desktop experience, may GUI. Meron na rin siyang protection for Linux. Okay? Dati Windows lang. How do you deploy? How do you install? Paano mag-install ng Windows 2019? So traditionally, new servers version always offered clean install. Yung format the server, diba? For-format mo yung drive C, yun ang clean install. So magpapasok ka ng CD or USB, and then magbo-boot ka sa USB na may Windows. Yun yung unang panahon. Hindi naman unang panahon. Yung ginagamit, no, dati. So magbo-boot sa yung VM sa CD, no? Then tsaka ka mag-i-install. Okay? Ang gagawin natin in our hands-on lab is very simple. Magbo-boot tayo sa machine na merong parent disk. Parent disk is the master disk. And then we're going to install the language, no? So you will be prompted, please choose language, currency format, blah, blah, blah. And then it will ask what version you want to install, standard or data center. Again, ano difference ng dalawa? Standard, you can have free to virtual machine. Data center, unlimited virtual machine. Okay? If you want to dig more, no? I will give you a reference. So ito yung book natin. Anong difference ng dalawa? Yan. No? So meron ditong comparison. Standard and data. Maximum file share connection, 16 million. Maximum routing, unlimited. Maximum RD client connection, 65,000. Maximum CPU, 60. Pareho lang, di ba? Pareho lang eh, no? So anong difference? Nagkakatalo sila dito sa virtual machine. So sa Hyper-V, meron kang dalawa sa standard, dalawang free na you can run to virtual machine. Sa data center, unlimited. Okay, so if someone asks you the difference, unlimited ang data center. Okay, so ganun. I always make a reference. No? So accept the license, custom install, choose the volume that will host the license. Okay? So ito na. Magpa-project na tayo. So de-demonstrate ko sa inyo how you build Windows Server using PowerShell. We will create a virtual hard drive. Paano mag-create ng virtual hard drive? And we're gonna do post-installation task, which is we're gonna input IP address, renaming of the server, join to the domain, blah, blah, blah. So yan ang ating first project. Ngayon, I have a PowerShell script I'll be giving to you. Ito yung ating first project. So project number 1, we're going to install Hyper-V. We need to use administrator all throughout the lesson. And password, lahat tayo, one welcome exclamation. Tatawagin ko siyang bang. No? So ito yung first step. No? So i-demonstrate ko sa inyo. Ngayon, I'm gonna log into my virtual machine, which is, I'm gonna give you virtual machine tomorrow. Ha? So I'm gonna stop sharing muna kasi maglalagin ako sa ating virtual machine. Yan, bear with me. Sandali lang. Kita nyo ba yung desktop? Anybody can see desktop?
Hindi, sir.
No.
Ayun. That's good. Kasi pinatay ko. Kasi maglalagin ako using my password. Na? Saan na ba yung desktop ko? Sana accessible. Kasi nasa Sydney to eh. No? So lahat ng server natin nasa Sydney. Kasi pangit ang infrastructure sa Manila. So we can have faster response time. Naku, ayos sumagot. Shit. Kumokonect. Nagtatry ako parang namatay yata. Pinatay ko pala. Sandali, i-on ko lang yung Hyper-V. So this is hosted in Sydney. I shut down yesterday. Ngayon kumokonect na ako. Pa-power on ko lang. And by the way, everyone will be using the fastest technology. Hindi tayo gagamit ng hard drive. No, ang gagamitin nyo is NVMe, which has 3 gigabit speed connection. Pero sometimes may latency pag ko-connect sa from Philippines to Sydney. Na? So bear with me lang. So pause ko muna yung recording kasi hindi pa makakonect eh. So while calling, kasi hindi nyo, kailangan ko i-reboot yung server. I'll be continuing the discussion. Yan, tuloy ko lang. So, continuation lesson to Windows Server administration. So, how do you administer the server? Usually, manual, di ba? But the topic today will be automatic, no? Fully automated system administration. Why do you need to automate? Kasi average person can resolve 10, 20 tickets a day, di ba? So, if you do automation, you can perform twice the job in half the time, no? Mas madaming trabaho, mas mabilis, mas maganda, mas efficient. So how do you automate manual tasks? You automate tasks using automation software and programming language such as PowerShell. So what is PowerShell? PowerShell is a command line shell and scripting language which allow task automation and configuration management. So ito yung mga configuration management like changing of settings, rebooting servers automatically, creating of virtual hard drive, creating servers. No? PowerShell commandlet execute PowerShell command prompt or combination of scripts. So when you combine the command, it will be called scripts. Commandlets are small commands, yung mga one-liner lang. You can also combine multiple tasks, pwede mong pagsabay-sabayin using piping and can be piped together to perform multiple operations. No? So modules naman, commandlet specific to a product are packaged together in installed modules. So meaning, if you haven't installed the module, you will experience error. Sabihin nyo, sir, hindi nagra-run. Command not found. Kasi nga, the module is not being installed. Okay? So mamaya may makikita kayo, sir, but that command is not recognized. Ano sagot doon? The module is not yet installed. So that's why you need to install the module. Some are installed by default and some needed to be added manually. Kailangan install nyo. No? PowerShell ICE or yung Integrated Scripting Environment is a GUI. Okay? So dito sa ICE na to, ito yung framework ninyo, no? So you will dito kayo magra-run ng command, create, modify, debug, and test the script. You can also test the script while in development, and you can also do PowerShell remote management. Now you can execute remote program. Let's say nasa PC kayo, pero remote nyo via cloud, no? Meron namang PowerShell Direct, meaning enable you to run commandlet outside the virtual machine. Yun nga, meron tayong Hyper-V. Outside the Hyper-V, you can execute command inside the virtual machine. No? Yun yung PowerShell Direct. So, I'll show you the project again. Ito yung project natin. No? So, ano yung PowerShell Direct? So, meron kang Hyper-V. You will execute the command sa Hyper-V, pero i-run mo sa server 1, 2, and 3. Okay? Now, server manager, what is server manager? Allow server admin to manage local server. So ito yung central point of management. Dito kayo magko-configure ng local server. You will query basic information. Dito rin yan. You can check the logs and you can monitor the status ng service. And you can perform best practice analysis. Let's say meron ba itong baseline, anong service pack naka-install. And you can also check performance. No? Server manager, dito naman pwede ka mag-add ng role and features. And you can create server group, let's say, Australia server. Pwede kayo mag-create, then lahat ng servers Australia will be added. Now, you'll be hearing me RSAT. Ano ba yung RSAT? No? Remote Server Admin Tool. Ito yung when you install the role, pero cannot manage remotely, kailangan meron kang GUI. GUI, andito yung point and click. No? Let's say gusto mong i-manage Active Directory, po-point mo lang yung click. If you're not familiar with the PowerShell, kasi if you want to execute Active Directory, gagawa ka ng VM. The command will be new VM, di ba? If you want to create user, new -AD user. What if you're not familiar with that? So dito ka gagawa you will execute using RSAT. Okay? So right-click Active Directory, right-click new user. Yung mga ganun, yung mga old ways. Okay? So yun ang RSAT. Overview of the least privileged admin. So meaning, let's say the user joined the company, no? First week pa lang siya. So as much as possible, you would grant him the least privileged admin. Okay? So hindi mo pwedeng agad na bigyan ng domain admin kasi pwede niya i-delete lahat ng user. So as much as possible, give her read permission only. Okay? The one with the least privilege. Meron naman delegated privilege, no? Meron tong function sa AD na let's say this user belongs to help desk. So I'll demonstrate to you how to grant delegated privilege. It's very simple. Right-click, choose the privilege you want to grant. Let's say reset password only to a specific group which is called help desk. Ganun lang, no? So kung may bagong help desk, you will be using delegated privilege using Wizard. Wizard is the automated, assisted, user-friendly remote server admin tool. Na. Meron namang jump box. Ito yung RDP. RDP kasi jump box. Yung jump box na yan sitting on DMZ, no? In demilitarized zone. One network sitting on public, which is facing the internet, and one network is sitting in private, which is connected to the organization, jump server, na hindi mo naman pwedeng publicly available lahat na server, di ba? Unsecured yun. So that's why gagamit tayo ng jump server. Okay, ito na. Tatapos na tayo. Meron tayong module review at the end of the module. So question number 1. So who can answer, no? 38 kayo. I'm hoping may makasagot dito.
1.
40 na pala kayo. You have standard edition. Okay. So ilan how many VM can you run? Anybody?
2.
Tama, 2. Remember from our reference. Sa may reference natin. 2 siya. Okay? So, yung kanina pinakita ko na 2. 2 yan. So dito may nagchat-chat. Yeah, that's good. No? Pero hindi ko nababasa to. Ay, ang dami pala ulit. Next, true or false, you must install SSL cert to use Windows admin. Well, depende, no? If you would like to remotely access via web, syempre kailangan mo ng secure socket layer certificate. Pero kung local lang, direct sa AD, no? Or you want help desk group to only be able to add, remove. Let's say applying the least privilege admin rights, which is first week ng newly hired system admin. Hindi mo siya bibigyan ng domain admin, di ba? Help desk group lang siya. Anong i-grant mong access? Kasi ang function niya, add remove user lang eh. Walang shutdown server, domain, add to domain, walang ganun eh. No? So ano sagot dito? Anybody? Number 4.
C.
Yeah. Delegation of control wizard. Ito yung specific permission to grant the help desk group. No? Sabi dito, ang permission should only be add remove user. So hanapin mo yung specific rights na yon. Add remove user. Mamaya papakita ako, no? Then add the group. Ganun lang, no? Server operator, ito yung mga backup operator, yung naglaro ng mga backups. Account operators naman, ito yung nagme-manage ng mga account lang pero walang power sa removal. Domain admin, super duper power yan. They can do everything. So, ang help desk, level 1, hindi yan pwede maging domain admin. So, yun, no? So, ganun ako mag-exam. Process of elimination. Yung mga vague answer, binabasa ko. And this seems to be the right one. Why? Kasi ito yung diniscuss ko, di ba? Delegation of control. Okay? So, dyan natatapos sa ating module 1. Magpo-pause muna tayo ng 5 to 10 minute break. So, magre-resume ako after 10 minutes, no? So, kuha muna tayong coffee. Coffee muna tayo. Kasi hindi pa ako nagkakape. Magkape kayo, no? Kasi kailangan natin ng pampagising. So, magra-run ako ng 10 minutes timer. After ng timer nito, magre-resume tayo. Okay? So, timer starts now. So, see you after 10 minutes.
Okay, sir.
See ya. Okay, so you will be given a server tomorrow. So, ito yung ating server, no? So, meron siyang Hyper-V installed. Pero we're gonna remove. You need to remove, no? Ito yung lab natin. So, project number 1. This is our first project. So paano mag-hands-on lab? Ganun nga, play the video, watch the video so you can be familiar the steps, no? What steps needed to implement or install Windows 2019. So ang gagawin natin ngayon, mag-install tayo ng 3 servers. Okay? So ang first project natin and ito yung gagawin natin for the first project. We're gonna install server 1, 2, and 3 with IP address 21, 22, 23. Okay, yan muna. So that's the foundation of the infrastructure. Without this, you won't be able to continue with this project. So dito, create a server repo. So I already discussed it in PowerShell. So there are 2 different GUI. No? So ito yung expert mode, command prompt, and ito yung ICE. ICE is merong framework. Whenever you run something, you need to run as administrator. Huh? If you forgot to run as admin, you won't be able to execute on a root level. Okay, importante yan. Anyway, can you hear me? Anybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes po.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so yung
Yes
clear
po.
text
Yes,
control.
sir.
Thank you.
Yes,
Control
sir.
A, select all. Control C to copy all. Then paste nyo dito sa ating tawag dito ay script pane. Tingnan nyo. So ito yung script pane, ito yung command pane, and then meron ng mga command add-on. Yan, okay? So let's say gusto nyo mag-create ng virtual machine, the command says new -vm. Ayun, new virtual machine. Okay? So ano tong new VM? What does it mean? Ibig sabihin nito, it will create a virtual machine. Click on show details. And these are the switches. Let's say auto-confirm. So it wouldn't ask for yes or no. If you want to provide the credential, you can do so. Name of the virtual machine, let's say server 1. Pwede rin yan, ano? Then pangalan ng switch, okay? Let's say Nexus switch. Switch yung how you connect yung mga server. Okay? So meron siyang help. So hindi ko gagamitin to because I need to explain to you one by one. So I'm gonna hide command add-on. Yun na wala. So ito yun, gagawin natin. Okay? Makinig. Ito ni Hansan Lab. Gagawin nyo tomorrow. So I want you to listen. So C colon meaning kung di kayo familiar sa command prompt, okay lang yan. I will demonstrate paano gamitin ang command prompt. So this is the command prompt. Okay? So C colon meaning you're gonna go to C, drive C. Well, we only have one drive. Okay? Then CD to virtual machine. Kung wala, you need to create. Okay? You will see a parent directory. So iwan nyo lang yan. And then make directory server 1. Okay? Meaning, gagawa ka ng directory na pangalan server 1. Ayun, no? No? So meron na tayong server 1. Next is server 2. And next is server 3. So meron na tayong tatlong directory. So dyan natin lalagay yung hard drive. Okay? Step 2, dito na ako. Hashtag meaning comment. So gagawa tayo ng hard drive. Kasi wala pang hard drive eh. Virtual hard drive na na-connect sa parent. Parent contains Windows 2019 data center. So meron siyang operating system. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a server 1 hard drive. Attach lang natin sa parent. Ano uling parent? Ito yung master operating system that can be used by multiple servers. Okay? Clear screen. Punta tayo sa server 1. Okay? Actually, kahit hindi na ako pumunta eh. No? So gagawa ko ng virtual hard drive. The command is new VHD. Nakita nyo? Hyper text. Lumalabas yung command. New VHD meaning create a virtual hard drive. Saan natin kikreate? It will be created under c:/vm/server1 na kinrate natin. And the name of the server, VHD is server1 virtual hard drive dynamically expanding, meaning if not being used, it will remain on the initial disk capacity. Once you dump data, it will expand dynamically. Kaya nga, expand dynamically. And then we're gonna attach to a parent. The parent is located under c:/vm parent. And the name of the parent is Nexus Master VHD. Okay? So yun lang. Any question? Nilakihan ka. Enter. Creating virtual hard drive. Done. So tapos na. Nakakreate na tayo ng hard drive. Okay? So ano itsura ng hard drive? Ito na siya. Up ko lang to. So,
Sir?
yeah, go ahead.
Question lang. Paano pag yung wala pang VM? Nakita ko doon sa script kanina parang sabi CDVM. Tapos sabi nyo, pag
Gagawa
wala
ka.
pang, paano pong gumawa? Hindi ako marunong.
MDVM.
Ganun lang. Okay.
Ganun
Thank
lang.
you.
Parang yung kanina, di ba gumawa tayo ng server 3 sa MDVM. Yan lang. So, the physical disk sector size ng disk is 4 kilobytes. Block size is 2 gigabyte. Yan. And then, maximum size is 3 tera. So, meron tayong hard drive. Ngayon, puntahan natin yan. So, ano ba itsura niyan? So, server 1, dir to check, ayun siya, server 1 VHDX. Okay? And then if you want graphical, file explorer, punta lang kayo sa VM, server 1, ayun siya, server 1 VHDX with capacity of 4 megabyte. Ay, by default, 4 mega. Ang lito, no? Server, 4 megabyte. Lalaki yan, don't worry. Kakasya yan. Okay? Any question? Malinaw, di ba? Ganun lang eh. Ngayon, this lesson is all about automation. So, hindi ko ulitin yung ginawa ko kasi na-explain ko na. So, how do you create server 2 and 3? So, all you need to do is reuse the same code. No? So, tawag dito is infrastructure as a code. You build infrastructure, you build server 2 and server 3 using PowerShell code. Okay? So all you need to do is execute the same command, pero different server name, di ba? So execute the same command. Ganun lang. Creating server 2, creating hard drive 3, done. Tapos. Okay, how do you verify? Go to File Explorer. Meron ka ng server 2, ayun, hard drive, server 2. Meron ka na ring server 3 hard drive. Ay, ang bilis ala. So that's automation. Na-feel nyo na kung bakit kailangan automate. Why? Kasi you can provision server in half the time. Next, hard drive pa lang kinikreate natin. Next step is we're gonna create a virtual machine. Okay, virtual machine. Ngayon, question dito, meron ba akong Hyper-V? Well, in-install ko na. Pero kung gusto niyo, pwede niyo i-remove. Yan. For simplicity sake, napakadali lang install ng Hyper-V. So meron na akong Hyper-V pero walang virtual machine. Okay? In Tagalog, wala pa nito. Wala pang server 1, 2, and 3. Ha? Ganun lang kasimple. So gagawa na ako. No? So let's go back to our ICE. ICE to kasi, ayun ang ICE. Integrated Shell Environment. This is where you execute the program. This is where you execute the PowerShell command. Okay? So, paano mag-create ng VM? Go ahead, sir.
Sir, yung Nexus Master.bhdx sa parent po, ano yan?
Yes.
Diyan siya humugot ng
Tama. Diyan tayo nakakonect.
pinaghugutan ng mga server 1, 2, 3.
Yes, master siya. Diyan tayo nag-connect.
Okay.
So,
Tapos
pakita ko sa
kinreate
inyo.
nyo rin po yan.
Oo, kinrate ko yan. Yan, parent. Ayan siya. Okay?
So, kailangan may parent muna before.
Kailangan may parent ka. Yes.
Okay.
Madali lang mag-create ng parent. So, select parent lang. Okay. Okay. So, let's create virtual machine kasi we don't have VM yet, right? So, paano mag-create ng VM? Well, I'll explain to you line by line. The command is new virtual machine. And as you can see, those are the switches on the right. Okay? Nakita mo, force, computer name, new VM, boot device, path, experimental. So, if you're asking, asan na switch? Ayan, on the right. Okay? So, enter. So, this is the switch. Name of the VM. Anong gusto natin pangalan? Server 1. How many memory startup bytes? 2 megabyte? 2 megabyte. Yan. 2048 megabyte. Okay? Yung path ng hard drive, which we created a while ago, po-point mo doon. Di ba na-create tayo ng VM server 1? Di ba? Ayun. Point nyo lang doon sa kinirate nating hard drive. Yan. Okay? Yan. And then, I'm just following the command. Switch name, meaning ito yung switch which you can connect to different devices. So, wala pang switch, mag-error yan. So, you have to create the switch. Paano mag-create ng switch? So, go sa action, look for virtual switch manager. So, what are the 3 types of switches? So, meron tinatawag na external. External switch, ito yung Hyper-V is connected to the internet. Okay? So, meron siyang access facing internet. Meron namang internal. Internal, the virtual machine can connect to the Hyper-V host. Hyper-V host, ito yung virtualization software. Ito yung host natin. Meron namang private. Private connects VM to VM lang. That means walang internet. Okay? Meron namang internal which connects VM to the host. Walang internet. Okay? Malinaw ba? Ulitin ko. External connects to the internet. Internal connects Hyper-V. Connects yung sa physical computer to the virtual machine. Private VM to VM. Malinaw. Okay. So gagawin ninyo, what you need to create tomorrow, internal. And take note, the internal should be Nexus switch. Kasi ito yung gagamitin natin all throughout the lesson. Okay? Ayan ang internal. Okay? Okay. So we have internal. So dito, we gonna create a switch name. Ang pangalan ay Nexus switch. You cannot invent anything. Well, pwedeng iba kaso
Inom tubig! Sir, double N na na-type mo kanina rin sa switch.
Nexus saan?
Sa
Sa
internal,
Hyper-V, sir.
double N.
Saan? Ay, yung kanina? Oh,
Yes, sir.
shucks.
Sa
Yes.
Hyper-V, sir.
Oo, teka,
Hyper-V double
sandali.
N.
Typo error.
Ganun.
Ay, oo, ayun no. Thank you, thank you. Delete nyo lang yan. Ito kagandahan sa virtualization, you can easily remove. Yun lang. Goodbye. Dali, ano. Imagine mo kung physical to. So kami, pag nagre-rename kami ng Cisco switch, no, command is hostname sa Cisco. Ito, dito lang, ganyan lang. And can be done programmatically. When you say programmatically, via command line. So ayan, tapos na. So let's create the virtual machine. Done. Okay? Success. Okay, ayun siya. Okay? If you notice, yung server 1, by default, ang CPU nito is isa lang. Ayun, no? And memory niya, startup bytes 2 gigabyte. Okay? Now we need to enable dynamic so it can lower down the capacity, usage. Kasi pag sinabi mong hindi dynamic, 2 gigabyte ubusin niya. Now I want to share the RAM. So we're gonna use enable dynamic memory. So how do you do that? Kung 100 servers, no? So meron akong PowerShell command dyan. Ito yan. Remember, CPU isa, ha? So ito na. Set natin yung virtual machine. Set the VM. Na VM name is server 1. Na ang CPU gawin dalawa. Remember, isa kanina, ha? Gagawin natin dalawa. Upgrade natin. And memory minimum startup bytes, meaning if not being used, it will not max out. Startup bytes, ano yung startup? Minimum size, no, is 2 gigabyte. And then enable natin dynamic memory. So it will not max out. Dynamic memory, enable. Ba't di nakalagay na? Minimum bytes. It will go down to 512 megabyte lang. Pero ang maximum niya, 2 gigabyte. Na? 2 gigabyte. Okay? Ayun na. Okay? Tingnan natin kung tama ito. Parang, ayun, done. So, na-upgrade na natin. Bilis na. Let's verify. Remember, 1 CPU? Naging 2. Tingnan mo. Yun. 2 CPU na. Diba? Remember, hindi, dynamic was not set. So, we automatically, programmatically set to 512 and 2, maximum 2 gigabyte. Okay? Done. So, that's done. Imagine if you have 300 servers. Okay? And then, let's start the virtual machine. So why do you need to do it programmatically? Try to imagine if 200 servers ang gusto mo i-on. Ayun na. Naka-off yan, ha? On natin. The command is start VM. Done. So nag-i-start na yan. Nag-i-start, ayun, running. So you can see from console screen, ayan, ito yung console. It's attaching. How do you connect? Right-click connect. Ito na siya. Ayan, attaching. So naka-attach na siya dun sa master natin. And it's expanding. So that will take 5 to 10 minutes. Kaya magpo-pause muna tayo ng break. That will take 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, so I'll show you. It's dynamically expanding. Punta kayo dito sa server 1. You know, 1.4 gigabyte, 1.9 gigabyte. Nakita niyo? Can you see this? 2 gigabyte, expanding. That will take a while. Okay? Now, we have a first server doing installation or attaching to the parent. We can simultaneously create the 2 servers. Okay? So we're not gonna waste time. Mag-create na tayo ng server 2 and server 3. So how do you create 2 and 3? Using the same code. So itong code na to can be recycled, can be customized. Okay, remember, it's all about automation. So all you need to do is change the name of the server and run the code. Okay? Enter. So makikita nyo dito, done, created na yung 2, and created na rin yung 3. So, let's view server 2. Yan, dynamically expanding pa yan. Server 3, attaching to parent. Okay, iiwanan natin yan. And server 1, ito na siya. Ayun, tapos na. So, we are on a stage that we need to do post-installation. How will you know if server 1 to, ayun, 1. So, all you need to do is a post-installation. Next. Do this later kasi we're gonna delete it in 5 days. Accept the license. The usual stuff. Password laging 1. Capital W, welcome, exclamation, no? Kasi if you change this one and you're gonna ask me, ano pong password, hindi ko alam kung ano pinalit nyo. So stick to the same password, 1 welcome. And dyan pa lang kasi, ibang student, pinapalitan yung password sa pangalan ng girlfriend, and they ask me, sir, anong password? Malay ko. So ulit na naman sila. Waste of time. Once you put the password, all you need to do, click action and send Control-Alt-Delete. Then login na kayo. Post-installation task. So ano ginagawa sa post-installation task? Well, I have a clear step-by-step procedure yan. So login sa VM as administrator. This is the password. Then do the post-installation. Lalagyan nyo ng IP address. No? 10.11.21. Okay? So umpisahan ko dito sa 1. So lagyan nyo ng password. Paano maglagay ng password? Select the network card. Okay? Ethernet. Change the adapter option. Lagyan nyo lang ng IP address. Properties. 10.1.1.21. And then gateway 10.1.1.1. DNS 10.1.1.21. Okay? Please remember the setting ng DNS. Okay na, done. Okay? What else? What else? Ayan na settings nandiyan na sa server niyo. Set execution policy. So if you want to elevate the permission, change the time zone. If you want to change the time zone, then assign a server name, then reboot. Congratulations, you have installed server 1. Ay, ganun lang. So, punta sa 1, change the name. Papakita ko sa inyo yung manual. So this should be server 1. Papalitan nyo lang to. Rename this PC. Can be done programmatically then. Yan. Next, then reboot. Okay, meron na kayong server 1. Any question? After that, move to the second server. Same task, paulit-ulit lang yan. Password 1, welcome. You will perform this tomorrow, Or kung may sarili kayong server, kayo na lang. Log back in. Then post installation task. Select Ethernet. If you forgot the steps, sir, ano yun, hindi ko masundan. Well, play the video. Ganun lang. No? Rewind the video. Maganda kasi on your own. Kasi I can show you everything. Pero pagdating sa work, if you have an experience, if it's difficult, di ba? Kaya maganda kayo mismo gagawa. DNS. Okay? Ano next? Anybody? Tell me, what's next? Anybody? Ano susunod? Tama, ang galing. Yan ang Nexus student. Rename. Okay, rename this PC. Napakasimple na. Don't worry, mamaya mahirap na. Reboot. Paulit-ulit lang ang buhay ng server engineer. Kaya nga, automate nyo na. Kahit nakapikit kayo, kayang-kaya nyo to. Ano? Sabihin ng boss nyo, uy, tapos na trabaho mo? Wala pang 12:00. Syempre, nag-aaral ako sa Nexus. Marami akong natutunan. Okay? Paulit-ulit lang yan. Hanggang magsawa kayo. Ngayon, pag nagsawa na kayo, that's the only time you can pronounce yourself as expert. Windows System Admin Expert. Lahat ng cover dito is System Admin lang. Okay? Kung gusto nyo ng engineering, design, ibang course yun. Kung gusto nyo mag-design, designing course. Kung gusto nyo repurposing of the server, no? Server engineering naman yun. So this is the needed stuff for day-to-day engineering. No? Actually, advanced na nga ito. Iba dito, advanced. So buhay na kayo. Ito pa lang, enough na eh. So IP address, paulit-ulit ang buhay. Okay, so dito tayo matatapos sa 1. Tanong na ho kayo. Any question? Ay, wala pa lang IP. Ano to? 1.1.23.
May
DNS
question lang. Good
Ay,
morning.
teka, gateway. DNS pa. Question. Go ahead.
Sir, yan po, Windows Server 2019. Yan po.
Yes.
Yan,
Pero same lang to sa, whether you're managing Windows 2012, same lang yan. 20, whatever, still the same process.
Ay, excuse me, sir. Rinig naman ako.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Question lang. Di
Go
ba
ahead.
3 days lang ang validity nung
Server niya, lab
Hyper-V?
niya,
If ever na hindi ko magamit within 3 days, pwede pa kaya yun?
Wala
Or
na, Monday to
it's to 8
Friday
lang?
lang. Gawa na lang kayo ng server niyo. All you need is Windows 10. Kung meron kayo Windows 10, pwede kayo mag-install ng Hyper-V.
Okay. So, available lang siya parang Monday hanggang Wednesday? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, free lang yan. Sa halagang 2,008 pesos, meron ka pong free 3 servers.
Sir, hello?
Thank you.
Hello?
Sir, so within those 3 days, pwede kahit gabi kasi nagwo-work kami sa
24
umaga.
by 7.
Okay, thank you.
So we anticipated lahat kasi syempre, pati ako nag-work ako, may work din ako. So meron tayong 24 by 7. You can access anytime you want. Pero ang support is 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Philippine time. No? Meaning, magre-reply ako mula 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. 7 a.m. kasi 9 a.m. na sa Sydney. No? So yun ang support hours. Free lang yun. So magtanong na kayo na magtanong. Okay, tapos na ang ating lab. Any question? So we created server 1, 2, and 3. So is it okay if we can proceed sa next one? Tapos na yung first project. Tapos na to. Tapos na to. So we're gonna proceed to saan tayo mag-proceed? Sa ating module number 2. Do you have any question before we proceed? Active Directory is the next topic. Okay? Please bear with me. Medyo mahirap tong topic na to. Please listen carefully. I hope nag-coffee na kayo. Teka, recording ba to? Oh yeah, recording. Okay. Next one is module 2, Active Directory Administration. Lesson 1, we're going to describe what is ADDS. Objects, Forest, Domain, Schema. Ano ba tong mga to? Active Directory, Domain Services, both composed of logical and physical. So sa ating physical, meron tayong 4 components. Domain controller, which is the one doing authentication. No? We have data store, which stores our users, groups, and computers. And we have a global catalog for easier referencing. Meron din tayong read-only domain, which means you can access, you can be authenticated, but you're gonna change anything. Okay? So ito yung physical. On each physical components, meron siyang sub-logical components. Like, domain controller composed of partition, schema, domain, domain trees, forest, and sites. Okay? So ano yung partition? Partition, ang DC kasi may 4 na partition. Explain ko later, no? So yun ang logical component. Ang domain controller may schema. Ito yung blueprint ng database. Ito yung rows and columns. Okay? Data store naman composed of containers, which contains users, groups, and computers. Okay? So ito yung mga logical component niya. Sa domain controller, nandun din yung OU, no? Which organization you belong. Okay? Nandun din yung sites, which data center sites you belong. Okay? But here, it will be logical, hindi physical location. Okay? Global catalog, explain ko din yan. So those are Active Directory. Pero ano man yung Active Directory? Teka, wait. Ano ba yung Active Directory, sir? Ang dami yung sinasabi. Ano ba yung Active Directory na yan? Active Directory. Ang main goal ng Active Directory is to authenticate and authorize. Napakasimpleng intindihin. Authenticate. Ito yung, the person will be identified using credential. No? Let's say, hinuli ka ng police, pare. To authenticate you, to find out who you are, anong unang tanong? Anybody?
Identification.
Oo, di ba? Sabihin, tinatanong ba nila, lagay muna, di ba? Hindi ganoon eh. Tatanong, lisensya. Okay? ID mo, lisensya, sino ka ba? No? Tapos makikita niya, si ano to, Jillian Ward. Uy, Jillian Ward, crush ko to, artista. No? Sama, Jillian, pwede bang iatras mo yung kotse mo dun sa puno? Yung walang camera, wala kasing camera doon eh. Pasihingi ng lagay. Di ba? Hindi, ang main purpose doon, to identify who you are. So yun authentication. Authenticate kita, sino ka ba? So this is the basis for creating secure identity. So kailangan may ID ka, then doon mag-create ng user. Okay? Hence, it will create a secure, legitimate access credential. Okay? Yan ang function ng AD. Okay? Ng DC. Another one is authorization. Authorization determines an authenticated person who you are, no? It defines which data access you can have. Let's say, si Jillian Ward may access sa Cinema 1, no? Kasi bumili siya ng ticket sa Cinema 1. Ngayon, question ko, may access ba siya sa Cinema 2? Hindi siya bumili. So, eventually, wala siyang access sa Cinema 2. Malinaw ba yung ano natin, analogy? So, dito, sa authorization determines on which access you are granted. No? Saan ka lang pwede pumasok. Okay? So, function yan ng Active Directory Domain Services. Malinaw. Klaro ba? Klaro?
Clear.
Ayan. So, gano'n yung culture namin. We have a confirmation. No? Ngayon, balikan natin. Yan ang AD. I hope malinaw na lahat. Na? Kasi ito yung foundation. Next is object. So, when you say objects, ito yung mga users, groups, and computers. Ano yung groups? Groups, collection of users. User is the person. One-to-one person. No? Ito yung empleyado. Computer naman, ito yung devices ninyo such as laptop, desktops, servers, Android, iPad, any Wi-Fi devices. Yun ang mga objects. So, tatlo lang ang objects. Actually, hindi naman tatlo, madami. Pero yung context natin today, users, groups, and computers lang. So, when I say object, ano ulit yun? Users, groups, and computers. Next is forest and domain. Pag sinabing forest, it is the security boundary. Meaning, the user can only be authenticated within the same boundary. The user can be replicated within the same boundary. Let's say, nexus.local. Doon lang siya ma-authenticate. Hindi siya pwedeng authenticate sa labas. Okay? Ano naman yung domain? Domain is a replication boundary. Domain is a collection of servers. No? Ang domain or domain controller provides authentication authorization. Yung in-explain ko. Ano yung domain? Provides authentication and authorization. Now, trust relationship, it provides access to resources in a complex domain environment. Meaning, if you are external domain, how can you get access? Yun ang tanong, no? So you have to establish trust relationship. Once trusted, doon ka palang pwede bigyan ng access. Malinaw, malinaw. Ngayon, there are 6 type of trust relationship. Okay, so meron tayong parent and child, meaning yung domain, Nexus local, and your child is the branch, meaning, let's say BDO, no, Banco de Oro. Let's say mandaluyong.bdo.com. So branch lang yung child. Okay? Makati.bdo.com. Branch lang yung Makati. Okay? Pero the child is trusted by the parent, meaning they can establish read and write or full access. Malinaw. Meron namang tree root. The moment you created forest, automatic, ang gine-create mo is yung root. Okay? Ang analogy nito sa puno. Bago magkaroon ng bunga, ng leaf, or ng fruit, ano na una? Di ba ugat muna? So the root is the forest. Okay? Yung root na yon nakatira sa forest. So initially, root muna. Then magkikreate ka ng tree. Tapos may mga branches yon. Yung mga sanga-sanga, ito yung child. Okay? So the tree is the parent. Okay? The tree root is the first forest, the first domain in a forest. Malinaw ba? Okay? Meron naman external. Ito yung in a conglomerate company such as Meralco, Napocor, di ba? Two different entity yan, magkahiwalay yan eh. Napocor, National Power Corporation is the one generating power ba yun? Ganun, no? Meralco naman, the one distributing power. Okay? So, it's two different forests. Now, how can they query, how can they provide services sa mga Meralco subscriber, di ba, na kuryente? Siyempre, yung Napocor magbibigay ng kuryente, di ba? So, you have to create an external forest-to-forest connectivity or trust relationship. Kailangan ko connect ka dun. No? Pag sabi external, two different organization, two different entity na would like to authenticate to each other. Okay? Meron namang realm which is the subconscious, parang subdomain ng forest. Okay? Which connects similar to child and parent realm. Meron namang forest lang which is the security boundary, forest to forest trust relationship. Yun nga, two different entity din. No? Meron namang shortcut. So, ang shortcut, they can do child to child. Meaning, let's say Makati.bdo, they can communicate or authenticated via Mandaluyong.bdo. Shortcut, nag-jump na, no? Since they are same forest. Okay? OU, organizational unit, is container to group objects within a domain. You can apply GPU container. Container used for system objects. Ano yung objects? Users, groups, and computers. Let's say if you would like to organize Windows 2019, Windows 2012, you can do so. Separate mo lang yung computer. Kasi when you apply service pack sa 2019, iba yung service pack sa 2012, di ba? Tama? Hindi mo naman pwede apply service pack sa two different operating system eh. Diba? So you need organized computer objects. Okay? Create OU2, configure object by assigning GPO. No? Yung group policies. You can apply GPO. Let's say install Windows, install Adobe Acrobat to users in Australia. Okay? Tapos may another OU, users in Makati. Another OU, users in BGC. Ganun. Doon mo lang i-apply. No? And you can delegate admin permission. No? What is schema? Di ba kanina may topic tayo. Ano ba yung schema na ito? Ayan, schema. Schema is the logical component of the main controller. Schema is the blueprint of the Active Directory. Meaning, it's a rows and column of database. Tingnan niyo. Home phone. Ito yung rows. No? So this is table. Anong table to? User table. Sa isang table, merong mga properties, no? Such as network address, user principal name, and telephone number. Dito sa record na to, home phone, meron tong description. Okay? Description, telephone number sa bahay. No? And then meron siyang value. Anong value? Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it's a schema of database. How do you replicate Active Directory? So within AD, standard DC, replicate using multi-master. Ano naman yung multi-master? Multi-master, ibig sabihin lahat sila can perform push and pull. Ito yan. So dito, itong scenario na to, multi-master, meaning any created users in server 1 will be pushed to server 2. Any users created in server 2 can be updated to server 1. Meaning you can download, you can upload, because everyone in the Active Directory has been set by default as multi-master. Lahat sila can do push and pull. Malinaw. Kaya mamaya sa lab natin, makikita nyo 100 users created in server 1 was synchronized automatically on second Active Directory. Kasi nga, multi-master. So yun ang behavior ng multi-master. Malinaw ba ang multi-master?
Yes, sir.
Madali intindihin, di ba? Next, AD is separated logically and into 4 several partition. So yung Active Directory natin, ito. Yan. When you see this drum, it's Active Directory. Okay? So meron siyang 4 partition. 1, 2, 3, 4. No? 1, 2, 3, 4. So ano yung apat na yon? First is a config partition. Config partition used to, is a settings used to connect to different Active Directory within the same domain and same forest. Meaning, paano sila mag-establish ng connectivity? Yun. So alam niya yung IP address settings, no? Sino yung global catalog, and sino yung master. Okay? Schema partition naman, ito yung blueprint ng database such as tables, rows, and columns. Meron namang domain partition, dito mo malalaman kung ano yung role ng domain. No? May 5 roles yan. Mamaya di-discuss ko yung 5 roles. Then merong application partition, it's an optional, whether the domain server is configured to be a SQL server as well. Okay? Application. Kung anong application naka-install sa domain. Okay? Malinaw ba? So config used to connect. It's a settings used to connect to different DC. Schema is the blueprint of the database ng Active Directory. Domain naman identifies who has the 5 roles in a domain, no? Application, what application installed sa Active Directory. Okay? Characteristic ng replication, paano mag-replicate, yung question dito. Multi-master, lahat can push and pull. Meron man download only, meron man push lang. Meron namang partition ng database na sa server 1, other partition server 2. And by default, automatic generation to ng partition. You don't have to do anything unless you configure manually. And meron namang attribute level, yung let's say last name nitong user na to is Ellen Adar na Ramsey, di ba? Tapos nag-asawa siya, si John Lloyd Cruz. So, yung attribute na last name lang papalitan ni Ellen Adar na Cruz. Kasi last name niya, nag-asawa siya, John Lloyd Cruz, no? Or maybe baliktad. Ay, attribute lang, such as name, last name, phone number. Pwede mo yun lang i-replicate mo. Meron namang distinct control of inter-site. So whatever the setting of the physical site can be configured on that specific site. Meron namang collision detection. Ito yung, let's say, sabay kayo nag-update ng record. Let's say, pangalan niya John Lloyd Cruz. Tapos sa kabilang branch, John Lloyd Adarna. Sabay niyo pinress enter button. Ano mangyayari? Who will win? Ang Active Directory mayroong collision detection. Malalaman niya, uy pare, collision. Parehong nag-update to. No? So how does it manage? The one with the latest journal stamp. The one with the latest date stamp. Kung sino yung kung sino yung latest update by the seconds, siya yung panalo. Huh? How do you log in? Napakasimple. Well, similar to when you log in sa Facebook, diba? You need to provide username and password, then you can see the Facebook properties. So dito, ganun din. So the user will be authenticated using username and password via DC. Yung DC, bibigyan ka ng ticket granting ticket. Yung ticket na yon, nakalagay doon, anong access meron ka? Let's say Cinema 1 or Workstation 1 or Server 2, 3, and 4. Or Application 1 lang. Yun. So gagamitin mo yung ticket na yon to access application and server. Ganun lang. Lesson 2, deploying DC. So dito, question dito, how do you install domain controller? No? So gagawin natin sa hands-on lab, mag-install tayo ng domain controller. So merong 3 options. So first option, add DC to an existing domain. So kung this is the first time, kailangan unahin mo forest. Remember, we need to create a tree root, forest. So saan yung puno? Nasa forest. So create muna tayo ng forest na nexus local. And eventually, that will become the first domain in forest. Okay? Now, kung gusto nyo pang magdagdag ng domain to an existing forest, second option yan. Okay? So that will lead to our project number 2. So ano gagawin natin sa project number 2? We're gonna navigate sa admin center. We're gonna perform admin tasks. We're gonna create objects. Review natin mga objects such as username and ang view tayo ng PowerShell history. No, okay. So ready na ba kayo? Ito na, makinig na. So installation of Active Directory. Ngayon question dito, Sir, ano gagawin natin? Para hindi kayo maligaw, meron na akong guide. Click nyo lang tong labs. Lahat kayo may labs. Project number 2, right? So click lang ang project number 2. Project number 2. Control A, select all. Control C, copy all. Paste natin sa ICE. No? Kalimutan nyo na ito ng 1. New na kayo. Control V. Ganun lang. Napakasimple. Napakasimple. Okay. So, meron tayong forest name. Forest name, no? Don't be confused dahil ang Active Directory ay hindi sa Hyper-V. Kasi ito, pag tinype mo hostname, ito yung Hyper-V natin. Okay? Ayan, no? Windows 2019, 3365 ako, no? Hindi yan ng ating server 1. So you have to go sa server 1. Okay? Kasi iba, doon ini-install yung Active Directory. Okay, dito tayo sa server 1. So first thing you need to do, ICE. Type nyo ICE, ha? Run as admin, ha? Run as admin. Okay, server 1. Don't be confused. So, install natin Active Directory, no? So, pwedeng manual, pwedeng PowerShell. So, install natin. First, install ko muna using manual. So, you can have high-level understanding. Ano ba yung ginagawa ko? Ano ba yung ginagawa ni Sir? So, pupunta tayo sa admin center by going, server manager. Ito yung admin center, no? If you can see this one, still reading, tapos na. First thing you need to do is add domain controller. So, sa add role kayo. So, napakasimple nito. Siguro, some of you already performed this one. Now, there are 2 options. Ito naman, if you want to install application sa VDI. Hindi naman tayo magde-desktop eh. Magsa-server tayo. Ayan ha. Configure single server. Ha? Ito pang desktop lang to. So, automatically 1. So, saan natin install yung Active Directory? Server 1. Make sure may IP address, ha? What do you want to install? I want to install Active Directory Domain Services. Okay? And then, it will install all the RSAT. Okay? In-explain ko na kung ano yung RSAT. Next. Ganun lang. Restart destination if needed. So, magre-restart siya mag-isa. Yes. And then install Active Directory. Okay. Now, it will perform validation. Check niya. Is the server valid? Baka naman 128 bytes lang. Hindi niya kaya yun. Or wala siyang IP, no? So sabi dito, installation started on server 1. So let's wait and be patient. So this really will take a while. Okay? Now, while waiting, gusto ko mag-jump sa server 2. Para wala tayong maksayang oras. Server 2, no? First thing we need to do is kailangan reachable yung server, yung domain controller, server 1. Ngayon, paano ko te-testingin kung pingable? Eh di ping mo muna. Mamaya patay eh. Ping server 1. O pingable, but IPv6 lumalabas. Eh di tanggalin natin si IPv6. Continue fill, no? Ito. Disable IPv6. Okay. Ping natin ulit, server 1. O, IPv4 na. Okay, so balik tayo sa server 1. So, done. Sabi dito, installation succeeded. The next thing you need to do is you need to promote. Whenever you see a warning sign, you need to do something. Babasahin yan. Promote natin to become a domain controller. Now, the first question is, add DC to an existing domain. Remember, this is the first one. Wala pa tayong domain. So, the first thing you need to do, add a new forest. Now, the forest will be Nexus local. Okay? And then, it will ask for admin password. So, nagtatanong dito, type the directory service restore mode. So, ito yung, if you want to restore an active directory, this will be the password. One welcome. Okay? Pare-pareho lang, ha? Para hindi na kayo malito. Next. Next. And then, NetBIOS domain name, ito yung backward compatible sa mga Windows 2012, 2000 na 11 characters kasi he will not recognize yung Nexus local. Kaya ang gusto niya, Nexus lang. Okay? So, na-detect niyang Nexus, we accepted the default NetBIOS domain name. And then, data store, saan ilalagay lahat ng mga database, default, NTDS. Okay? The next. And then, this will check prerequisite and validation again. You can ask question anytime. Ayan, blah, 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 blah. All prerequisite has passed. So, install nyo na. Any question? This will take a while.
Yung sa Nexus.local nyo, sir, internal lang yan. Tama.
Yes, internal lang.
Pag if ever magkikreate ako na sa sarili kong VM, siyempre dapat sa sariling domain ko na.
Oo, yung real domain na pingable. And you have to purchase the domain name from Upnick pa. So, bibili ka pa nun.
Yeah. So, thank you.
Any question pa? So, matagal to. Ayun, remember a while ago, I selected restart automatically. So, yan, magre-restart siya mag-isa niya. So, kiklik ko. Ayun, nag-restart na mag-isa. Wala akong kinlik. Wala pa akong kiniklik. So, magre-reboot siya mag-isa niya. So, this will install the Active Directory Domain Services module. Okay? Remember, if you want role, you need to install the role. And that will take a while. So, since nag-aantay ako ng oras, balik ako server 2, piping ko yung server 3 naman. I want to make sure up and running. O yan, up and running server 3. Malinaw. Okay? Then later on, join natin to sa domain. Okay? So, while waiting, this will take a while. I'm gonna jump back to our topic. Sa lesson 3 na tayo. So, lesson 3 is all about administration. Haba? Ano? Haba? Ay, hindi, na-discuss ko na pala yan. Hindi pa. So, what is DC? Ulitin ko. Ano ba yung domain controller? DC are server that hosts the database. Pangalan ng database, ntds.dit. No? And volume. It hosts the authentication service, which is Kerberos. Kerberos is the one doing authentication. So, ano yung Kerberos? Authentication. Ano na may LDAP? LDAP is the protocol. Okay? LDAP is the protocol used for Active Directory. And the authentication method is Kerberos. Okay? Now, for best practice, kailangan dalawang domain controller in case the first server is somehow unreachable. And for security reason, you need to use read-only, meaning user can be authenticated, but no one can change. If you want to change the password, dun sa master DC. And as much as possible, lagyan nyo ng BitLocker. Ano yung BitLocker? When you log in sa server, usually username password, di ba? Pero kung may BitLocker, ito yung PIN number. Tatanungin ka ng siguro 4 digits, 6 digit, 8 digits PIN number, no, for security. So those are basic security lang, no? Ano naman ng global catalog? Global catalog hosts partial attributes set for other domain. Ibig sabihin, let's say John Lloyd Cruz, may partial attributes sa server, sa first domain, and meron ding attributes sa next domain, no? So, para saan ang attribute? For easier referencing. Okay? Throughout the forest. Try to imagine, pasok kayo ng library, then you're looking for a book called Lord of the Rings. Anong unang gagawin ninyo? Ang laki ng library. Anybody? Anong gagawin nyo? Well, nowadays, wala nang library. Google na lahat. Back in the old days kasi, you have to go dun sa catalog cabinet. Nandun yung mga index card, di ba? Sa isang pull-up cabinet natin, A to B, next one, C to D, E to F. Ngayon, I'm looking for the book named Lord of the Rings. So, hanapin ko yung catalog na L. So, bubuksan ko L, hanapin ko Lord of the Rings. Doon sa index card na yon, nandun yung location ng libro. Sabihin niya, X and Y coordinate, nandito. So, ganun ang global catalog for easier referencing. Okay? Try to imagine, single user exists worldwide. So, saan niya hanapin yung user na yon? Diba? Gagamit siya ng index card, which is global catalog. Okay? In a single domain, you should configure all DC to hold a copy of GC, no? Or index card. In a multiple DC, the infra master should be the one. Okay? Pag complicated na. Isa lang nag-hold. Okay? So, tatanungin niya yung isang library na yon, which is global catalog. When you have multiple site naman, kailangan sa isang site, kasi Makati BGC, may isang global catalog for faster referencing. Okay? What are operation masters? Ito na yung 5 FISMO role. Teka, balikan ko muna yung server. Ba, ano na nangyari? Oy, tapos na. Tapos na. So, if you notice, Nexus/admin, so that's domain admin, hindi local admin. So, maglalagin na, always login using domain admin. Ha? Naglagin na ako, domain admin. So, domain controller na to. Okay? So, how do you open up domain controller? Meron siya dito lagi. No? So, click on manage. Click on tools. Ito siya. Ayun, no? Active Directory users and computers. Okay, buksan na natin yan. So, ito yung ating domain. And these are OUs. So, as of now, ang computer natin ay wala. As of now, ang domain controller is only server 1. Huh? And itong server na to, ang type niya is global catalog. Okay? Ano yung GC? Holds partial info of objects. Okay? So, confirm na isa DC and walang computer. Ngayon, the first thing you need to do, scroll down nyo to, no? I-join nyo. I-join nyo, no? I-join nyo. So, punta ka sa DC2, server 2. Confirm nyo, ito ba yung server 2? Yes, server 2. Join sa Active Directory. Okay. Server manager. System. Same process din. No? Remember kanina, nag-rename tayo. This time, we're gonna join. Scroll down nyo lang, look for system info. Huh? Kita nyo to? As of today, naka-work group yung server 2. Later on, right now, we're gonna change to domain. Join natin sa domain. Huh? Enter. And they will be asking for domain name, domain admin, which is domain administrator. Password. Reboot. So sabihin niya, welcome to Nexus Local. And then you need to reboot, so changes will take effect. Okay, re-reboot na yan. Move to the server 3. Same steps, paulit-ulit lang yan. Go to system, scroll down to info, system info, change settings, change, join sa domain, provide the domain admin, creator. Okay. Then sabihin niya, welcome to the Nexus local domain. Then for changes to take effect, you have to restart. Tapos ang ating project. Any question? Now, how do you verify? Go to OU, computer, refresh. Remember kanina walang computers? Refresh. Ayun o. Naku, patay. Mali yung pangalan. Sever to.
Sever.
Sever. Problema tayo later nila. Pero ayan, I was able to show you server join in a domain, but not domain controller. Okay? So how do you fix this? How do you fix this?
Workgroup.
Oh. Pakita ko how do you fix. Maganda may fixing. So lalagin ako sa server 2. Lalagin ako sa server 2. Local lang Local. Hindi pwede. Kailangan is-disjoin ko pala. Di-disjoin ko sa domain. Re-rename ko. Trabaho, no? Pag nagkamali ka, ang daming trabaho. Pero pag ginagawa mo, mabilis. Kaya as much as possible, careful. Di-disjoin ko muna kasi nagkamali ako, Sever to. Sever to. Ay. So, disjoin by selecting work group. Type nyo work group. Babalik mo lang sa work group lang. Reboot. Kailangan mag-reboot yun. Pag mali kasi hirap na yan. Kasi yung program natin is server. Alas papalitan mo lahat. Ay, tagal nun. So magre-reboot yan. Pero at the same time, gusto ko rin palitan ng computer name. Pwede ba yan? Tatry ko lang. Pwede yata. Server 2. Tama ba? I'm using laptop kasi. Wala akong malaking monitor. O pwede, tinanggap. Reboot. Tingnan natin. Let's wait and see. Tapos since I disjoin, pwede ko nang i-delete. Actually, dapat mawala yan. Hindi na delete. Ayun, down, no? Nakita mo, down. You have to delete manually. Tawag dito, clean up process or maintenance na. Okay, tanggal na. Then, same thing. Ulitin ko lang yung ginawa ko kanina. Login local. Local meaning walang slash. Join back sa domain. Buti na lang, mabilis ang ating server. Try to imagine kung physical server to. Diba? Hindi kaya one day. Nexus local. Ayun, tinanggap. Domain admin. One welcome one. Sabihin niya, welcome. Yun, welcome to Nexus. For changes to take effect, you need to reboot. Tandaan nyo anything you do, reboot. And then it should be on the AD under OU computers. Na-fix natin yung problem. Okay? So that concludes our lab 2. Any question? Tapos natin lab 2. Ngayon, balikan natin itong FISMO role. So ano ba itong operations master? Operation master are the 5 role of a domain controller. Meron siyang 5. In multi-master, may nagtatanong. Tanong nyo na lang yun. Net places. Net control. Hindi ko nababasa kasi yung chat. In multi-master, remember, by default, multi-master lahat, diba? Some operation should be single master. Bakit? So you can have exclusive tasks para bumilis, no? Let's say ganito yung analogy niya. Let's say meron kang 5 waiters, no? And then isang waiter nagsaserve sa 50 customer. Now, how will you speed up the process? Isang waiter ba gagamitin nyo o 5 waiters? Para ma-serve yung food. Anybody? Let's say may 50 customers. Who will be faster? 5 waiters serving or 1 waiter?
5.
Siyempre madami. The more, the faster. The more, the efficient. So, in short, isang server should have single operation. Okay? Di-distribute natin yon. So, kailangan mo ng 5 server kasi 5 yung face mo role. Diba? So, minimum of 5. So ano tong 5 role? So, many terms are used for single master. Okay? Tong single master minsan tawag dito, ops master. Siya yung pinaka-master. Siya yung nag-authenticate. Siya nag-create ng ID and so on. Tawag din dito, single master. Kasi nga, nag-iisa lang siya. Yung ginawa natin kanina, single yun. Okay? Or, paiksiin natin, tawagan nilang natin FISMO. Flexible Single Master Operation. Kasi flexible siya dahil yung 5 role na yan, kaya niya. Whether waiter siya, chef siya, siya na yung cleaner sa gabi, siya na yung manager, siya pa rin yung accountant ng company. Di ba? All in one. Eh, nakakapagod yun, no? One-man job, jack of all trades. Nakakapagod yun. So dito, paghihiwalay natin role. So ano naman tong mga role na to? The first role in a forest, domain naming master, responsible for domain name resolution. No? Ibig sabihin, you won't be able to reach a server without this naming master. You won't be able to join a server without domain naming master. Okay? Meron na schema master. Ito yung his responsibility is to upgrade the schema. Let's say sa server 1, may attribute na last name. Yun nga, Cruz, last name. Paano magre-replicate sa ibang domain or sa ibang server? Di ba? Trabaho ni Schema Master to update, send update to multiple servers. Okay? Across the single domain or across the forest. So, responsibility nito is to upgrade schema. Then sa domain naman, there are 3 masters. Read master or relative identifier is the one responsible for assigning a universal unique identifier. So I'll show you. So ano ba yung read na yan? Ito yan. Ano ba yung pinagsasabi yung read? Wala akong maintindihan. So type tayo ice. So let's query user administrator. So net user. Ayan, so meron tayong administrator, guest, and Kerberos. Okay, yan ang by default. No? Inframaster is the one responsible for group synchronization. Okay? And in any infrastructure role. Let's say you added a member sa group 1, sa kabilang server, it will automatically propagate. Okay? Meron naman tayong PDC emulator. So the one responsible for atomic time clock, meaning the time should be synchronized across all multi-master domain controller. Okay? Now, if you want more comprehensive definition ng 5 role, ito siya. So, dito yung topic na yan, or if you want to make it quick, search nyo na lang ang FISMO role. FSMO. Yan. Okay? So, schema master, the one managing database schema. If you want to query, sino bang ating schema? So, get AD forest, pipe, FT schema master. Okay, tanungin natin, sino bang schema master as of now? Tanungin natin. So, get AD forest nexus.local pipe table format table FT display who is the schema master. Yan. So, meaning tayo, schema master natin server 1 pa rin. Okay? So that's how you check. No? PDC emulator is the one synchronize time clock. Okay? Tandaan niyo, time clock. Okay? Sino naman ang ating read master? Read master, the one responsible for assigning seed or security identifier. When you create users, groups, or object, meron tong unique identifier, seed. Na? How do you transfer role? Napakasimple. Yan. Kung gusto mo lang ilipat. Okay? So yan ang ating 5 FISMO. Any question about the FISMO role? If you want to transfer, you can do so. If you want to decommission the server, you can cease. So when you cease an Active Directory, the record will just be transferred to the original master. Kasi gusto yung mag-upgrade ng server. Thank you for listening. Pero hindi pa tayo tapos. Sandali, si-sync natin. Remember ang ating project. We want to make sure na yung kabila is also a second Active Directory. Okay, ito lang kasi ginawa ko. Server 1's AD. So we're gonna make server 2 to become second AD. So ito na. So server 1, let's go to server 2. So paano maging AD rin to? You can either use the script or manual. So I would like to demonstrate to you manually. So you have understanding. Pero kung gusto yung PowerShell, I already provided PowerShell command. So the process is just the same. No? First step is you have to go to server manager. Then server manager is add role. Okay. Then we would like server 2 to become member server of Active Directory, pero member server lang siya. Na? So saan ginagawa? Yan, dito ginagawa. Yan, yan. So magiging dalawa na yung ating domain controller. And then later on, I'm going to create 100 users sa server 1, so DC natin. Then it should propagate sa server 2 to test if AD is synchronizing. Any question? Magbe-break na tayo once this one is successful. Tanong na kayo, any question? And then we're going to proceed to module 3. So gagawin nyo lahat to tomorrow, ha? So ayan, complete. May discussion, may theory, may proof of concept, may demonstration, successful projects. You should be able to do this tomorrow anytime you want. So next step, anong gagawin natin? Promote this one to become a domain controller. Now, di ba meron na tayong forest? Hindi na tayo gagawa ng forest. Now, if you want a child-parent domain, ito yung child, ito yung branch. Let's say BGC branch. No? Tawag doon, child domain. Okay? So hindi tayo gagawa ng child domain. Ang gusto kong gawin, we're gonna add server 2 to an existing Nexus local domain para maging dalawa. Kasi dito isa lang eh. Remember, best practice, you should have at least 2 domain controller, di ba? Ayan, napakita ko ha. Isa lang oh. Kahit anong refresh mo, isa lang. No? So gusto kong dalawa. So I will select the first option. You must supply user account name. Okay. Ito kasi, yung account na yan, local eh, server 2. It should be domain account. So you need to provide the domain admin. Okay. Boom. So specify DC. Ngayon, automatically, this will become DNS. I need to remove this one. No? Kasi we have a demo na yung second server will become secondary DNS. So tatanggalin ko muna. Okay. Then you need to provide the password. If you want to restore the password, let's say may help desk na nag-delete accidentally 100 users. How will you restore those 100 users? Tatanungin ka ng directory server store mode password. So this is very important. No? Tapos, any DC, replicate from any domain controller. Database will be stored on the default folders. Accept default. So it will perform per reset. Prerequisite, check pass successfully. Then let's do installation. Now, this will take a while. Napakatagal niyan. So, iiwanan ko na yan. Iiwanan ko na yan. Kailangan na natin mag-break. Dahil ang ating third project, ipoprove natin, yung third project natin, mag-create ako is creation of user. Okay, third project is creation of users. Yan. So module 3, we're gonna create users using PowerShell. And to prove to you, yung AD is working, 100 users from server 1 will be replicated to our second Active Directory. Okay, any question? Kung wala, we're gonna pause for 10-minute break. So see you later. So magraran ako ng timer. Ten-minute break. See you later. Bye. Zoom recording. So, run natin PowerShell sa server 2. Okay, server 2 is already a domain controller. So how do you verify? You have to type DSA. DSA, okay? Ayan, so domain controller na siya kasi minanual ko kanina. So we have 1 computer and 2 domain controllers, which is server 2, okay? So how do you install Active Directory? So using PowerShell. Ngayon, pag tinype ko to, success ka agad kasi nga na-install na siya. So ito yung command. Yan, nilalakihan ko yan. Install. The command is install Windows feature. The name of the feature, which is AD domain dash services. Then we have to include RSAT, include management tool. RSAT lang tala. Yan. Enter. So install niya Active Directory domain services. Ganun lang siya. No? Okay, done. Success. Yun lang. Okay? Now, how do you verify if the ADDS has been deployed? So, module ADDS deployment. Check natin. Na-install ba talaga? O yun, install nga. So, install yung Active Directory, pati yung Forest. Okay? Now, how do you verify na ano pangalan ng domain? Get AD domain. Okay? Nexus local dapat yan. Ayun. Okay. Ang ating operation master, server 1. Okay. Nexus or Nexus local. Okay. Ayan. Gumana. Any question? Okay, let's go back to our module 3 topic. So move on na tayo sa module 3 natin. Module 3. Module 3, user creation using PowerShell. So in manual, I still have to explain anong ginagawa. How do you create a user? So ano muna yung user account? User account is allow or deny access to sign-in computers. User account can grant access to process and services and manage network access. User account can be created using Active Directory users and admin center or can be used using PowerShell. Meron ding directory command which is dsadd, no? Consideration for naming users, kailangan naming formats or UPN suffixes. Let's say employee kayo ng Accenture, ideally name ng UPN will be chris.ventures@accenture.com. Mga ganun, ano? Pero may mga test users naman, gusto nila pare-pareho. Let's say Accenture 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. No, UPN naming convention. If you want to create a user, you need to have attributes. So attributes are information about the properties, okay? Such as saan nakalocate yung profile, anong pangalan ng account, anong organization they belong, password setting, and so on. Usually, when you create account, it will be a repetition task. So kaya mas maganda, gawa ka ng template. So template, it will simplify the creation of new user account. So ang gagawin dito, nandito yung pre-filled information such as home directory, profile, login script, password, department, and will be applied to the new user. Para hindi ka na mag-enter pa ng iba-ibang info. Okay? Now, that's the old ways. Now, we're gonna go to automation. So I'm gonna demonstrate to you how to create multiple users using PowerShell program. So we're gonna create multiple unique users, talagang individual users. Okay? Unique talaga tao, no? Then, project number 3.2, we're gonna create test users. Ito yung test users na, let's say, someone na raise a ticket, sabi niya, Chris, I would like to test the strength of our web server. Can it accept 1 million authentication in one day? Okay, ganun. So, sinabi sa akin, create ka ng 1 million user. So, who in this training can create 1 million user in one day? Anybody? Parang hirap, di ba? Teka, sandali, 1
Nine.
million. Oh, 1 million, sandali. Parang baliw yata yung Pero legit yun kasi we want to test if we can authenticate 1 million user a day. Like yung Cebu Pacific, sa tingin nyo, ilang user in one day naglalagin sa Cebu Pac? Nagbubuk. Marami yan. Million yan. Di ba? Million yan. So, how will you put the server into production without testing? Di ba? So, dito tayo sa testing stage, we want to make sure na 1 million user makikreate ng Active Directory. Ito na. Yun yung ating project number 2. So, thank you for listening. I'm gonna make a demonstration right away. Ito na. So, this is the interesting part. No? So, let's go to our domain controller. Log in as domain admin. Open up ICE. Lagi tayong ICE. ICE is user-friendly. PowerShell, if you master the command, so dito muna tayo. Alam nyo na yung ICE, ha? Always run as admin. Naku, nagtanong ng extension. Ay, different user pala. Pili ko. Kaya pala nagtanong. Dapat hindi magtanong. Run as admin. Admin. Yun, yung pangatlo. Yan. Open up Active Directory. I'll show you. Walang users. Walang users. Same here. Server 2, walang 100 users. Okay, malinaw. Later on, it will synchronize. Okay, so open up your labs. Open your labs. Ako kinapi ko dito sa C. Kailangan i-type nyo to. Type nyo yan. So meron tayong user CSV, which is comma separated value, created in Excel. Ayan. So this is the header separated by comma. Okay, comma, CSV. Value. First name is John Lloyd. Last name is Cruz. Username is JLC. And then department, password OU. Nakita nyo to? Welcome. Mali yung password. So edit nyo yan. Sinadya ko yan. para matuto kayo mag-edit ng CSV. So welcome, yan ang password. Then departments, marketing, OU is a Nexus department lang, no? Ayan. So next is Andrea Brillantes, next is Elena Darna. So tatlo, inedit ko, sinave, you need to save sa CSV, ha? And then project 3.1, we have a program, no? Control A, Control C. I would suggest na i-type nyo to. Kasi pag hindi nyo to tinype, you wouldn't understand. No? Open up script, Control V, or type niyo yan. No? So I'll explain to you everything, no? Everything. Okay, our project is user creation. Okay, so first of all, before you create a user, you have to make sure meron kang Active Directory. Well, in-install ko na, di ba? Pakita ko lang paano. Ganyan. Success. Okay? Now, if you wanna display the user, you have to type get AD user. Okay? Then, filter all, meaning display all. Pero I would like to display the specific properties, yung pangalan lang, which is some account. Some is security manager, account name. Okay, yan lang. So, this will display sino yung mga user. Yan, si Kerberos, si guest, tsaka administrator. Tatlo lang, di ba? Malinaw, ha? Tatlo lang user natin. Okay, so if you want to create a user, it's as simple as new AD user. Ganun lang. New AD user. Sabihin natin, Chris. Ayan, may user na. So if I type, sino ba yung mga user? Ayun na si Chris. 4 na. No? Or net user. 4. Ayun na si Chris. Okay? So that's how you create. If you want to delete user, remove AD user, Chris. Okay? Do you want to delete? Yes. Deleted na si user, si Chris. Pakita ko, net user, wala na si Chris. Okay? Get AD user, walang Chris. Okay? Malinaw. So, ganun lang. No? Now, how do you create organizational unit? So, it's a very simple thing. New AD organizational unit, marketing. Napakasimple. New AD. Na-explain ko na kung ano yung organizational unit. Name ng organizational is marketing. Okay. Now, I would like to create the OU marketing under path ng DC local. Okay, sinusundan ko lang sa taas. So may guide kayo. Imposibleng maligaw kayo. Alis nag-invento kayo ng ibang name. Maliligaw kayo nun. No? And then protect from accidental deletion false, meaning pag tinro nyo, you need to go DSAC sa admin center bago mag-delete. So, i-off ko para ma-delete natin easily. Okay? Ayan, run. So, meron na tayong organizational unit na marketing. Ayun. So, if you notice, wala, di ba? You need to refresh. Yun, lumabas siya. Okay? So, meron na tayong OU. So, if you want to delete, you can easily delete. Okay? Kasi we turn off the protect from accidental deletion. Ngayon, if you want to recreate, just run the same command again. Okay? Paulit-ulit lang. Okay? Refresh. Yun, bumalik si marketing. Ngayon, ang object natin is to create a user under marketing. Malinaw ba? How to create OU. Okay? Next is, gagawa na tayo ng 3 unique users. Okay? So, this is the command. 3 unique users. I would like the user to be piped under the path of marketing. Now, when you say $path is a variable, meaning container. So, pag tinype ko path, walang laman. Okay? Blanco. So, gusto ko, yung path natin, naka-point sa marketing OU. So, I'm typing, I would like the default OU to be under marketing. Okay? With the same domain. Okay? So if I query the path again, ano laman nito? Di marketing OU, yun. Okay? So anything created will be redirect sa marketing OU. Ibig sabihin yung Tagalog dito. Yung tatlong user lalabas dyan. Ha? Next, variable AD user is blank. Walang laman. So paano din nalalagyan ng laman? So import natin under user CSV. So I would like that variable to contain all the value under USV. Import das CSV. Yung CSV is under labs. Okay? Ayun na. So dapat lumabas yan. Ha? Kasi nakascript siya. Kailangan palabasin niya. Labs. Ayun na. Labs. So different folder, different name. User CSV. Yeah. Okay? So yung content ng user CSV file has been saved sa temporary memory ng AD users. So when you query AD user, ang laman nito, yung tatlong users, si John Lloyd Cruz, Andre Brillantes, and Ellen Nadal. Malinaw. Any questions so far? Nakakasunod? Nakakasunod? Now we're gonna be using a simple programming logical operator, which is for each, meaning isa-isa. So isa-isa under users will be read from the variable AD users. Ano yung username, then will be imported sa Active Directory. Ano yung password, first name, OU, blah, blah, blah. Okay? And then this will check if the user is existing. No? If it exists, it won't. Sasabihin niya, a user account already exists. Else, create. So how do you create? Anybody? Anong command yung kanina na-create ako? To create a user? Anybody? Anybody? Hello?
Add
40.
user.
Tama. New user. New AD user. So, yun lang gagamitin natin. Ayan lang. New AD user, some account name, and the username. Okay? So, i-import na niya sa Nexus Local. How do you import yan? First name, last name is equivalent to whatever property we set. No? So, saan galing yung property na yan? Yun nga kanina, ito, sa CSV. Yung CSV natin. Diba? Ayan. Yung laman niyan. Okay? Ayan. First name, last name, username, department, password. Okay? Okay? So, i-import lang niya sa AD. And then, account password will be converted from clear text, kasi clear text lang yung password, no? Into secure string. Okay? Ready na kayo? Ito na. Walang kukurap kasi napakabilis nito. Kaya nga, automation, mabilis. So, mag-i-start kayo dito sa ating, di ba dito na ako natapos, no? I would suggest you type it manually. Pero since this is program, I can execute in one go. Okay, execute ko na siya in one go. So, magkikreate ito ng tatlong user based on user CSV. If you want 1 million, bahala kayo, maglagay ng 1 million. Pwede yung ulitin to. Pwede yung ulitin. Ang first ng script is dito. No? Yan. Ito yung first, line number 16. Pwede yung ulitin yan. Kasi if you miss the open, close, the curly brackets, mag-error yan. Yan. I want to make sure sakop ko yung curly brackets. Ito na. Ready na ba kayo? Pakita ko ha. Walang users. Walang laman. Walang laman. Punta tayo sa server 2. Walang laman ng marketing. Oh, sir, ba't nagkaroon ng marketing? Nag-replicate nga eh. Walang laman na. Server 2, server 1. Ito na. So, execute ko na to. Ako nag-error. Ay, mali. Kasi nga, hindi ko na-edit. So, you need to edit. Ito, basahin yung error ha. Troubleshooter, a good engineer knows how to troubleshoot. Mali kasi yung C-scripts. Nilagay ko sa labs. Di ba? Ayun, nakita ni sir. So, if you experience error, you have to read the error and interpret the error properly. Huh? Labs kasi siya. Okay. So, Copy ulit the whole program. So kung meron kayong 10 users na gusto niyo i-create, just use this script. You can be able to create 10 users. Napapalitan niyo lang yung user CSV. Sana correct na. Yun! Na-create na daw yung user. Okay, nag-warning siya. So na-create na daw. Kasi nga nag-error lang yun sa scripts eh. Yun, na-create na. Didelete ko ha, didelete ko. Kasi na-create na natin yung first execution. Didelete ko. Okay, o wala, malinaw. Didelete natin. Rarun ko same scripts. O yun, nakapag-create. Successful. 3 users na-create. Go to marketing. Ayun, 3. Okay? So, server 1, we successfully created 3 unique users. Then, let's check if nag-synchronize sa server 2. Refresh. Ayun, yung 3. Okay? Success! Ay! Ngayon question. Sir, paano kung 1 million? Ito na, 1 million. So, we're gonna go to our second script. Huwag naman 1 million. Mga 100 lang, ha? Pwede 1 million. Madali lang yan, eh. Pero, sandali. Ano nangyari? New. Kunin natin yung pangalawang PowerShell. Ito, 3.2, create 100 users. Ha? Create 100 users. Yan, explain ko sa inyo. I'll explain to you. So this project 3.2, will create 100 users. So same command. We're gonna be creating a new organizational unit. Let's say, empleyado sila ng Accenture. Okay? So, modify nyo ha. Kasi pag hindi nyo minodify, nag-copy-paste lang kayo. OU, gusto ko, lahat ng newly created user, ma-pipe sa OU Accenture. Okay? Pakita ko, wala tayong Accenture OU. Okay, malinaw. Ni-refresh ko, wala. Ang user principal name convention will be Accenture. So the count will be from 1 to 101. So mangyayari nito, Accenture 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, up to 101. Kung gusto niyo 1 million, bahala kayo. Dagdagin nyo lang 0 yan. Okay? Pero ako 101. Okay? Then we will be using the statement for each. So when you say I, integer 1 variable, wala naman. Gagamit tayo ng integer 1, blanco. Okay? In count. Okay? So when you say new AD user, it will create a new user using the first value in the integer. Ang first value integer, always 1. Okay, kaya sinabi ko 1 eh. Okay? That user will become Accenture 1, Accenture 2. And then change password log on, it will ask you to change the password. And initially the password we're gonna set is 1welcome1. Okay? Yan. So if we ask the user, no, the first time they will use the password is Accenture, sorry, 1welcome1, then they should change the password. No? Yun lang. Okay, let's run this one. So this will create 100 users under Accenture OU. As of now, wala. Malinaw. Let's run by using play button. Ayan. Rating, clinic, sergeant, 22, 20, 35, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 101. Tapos, nakapag-create na tayo 101 user. So, let's verify, refresh. Yun ang Accenture. Uy, Sir Chris, ba't wala? Ba't wala? Kasi sa sobrang bilis. Hindi na commit sa database yung data. So, how do you fix this? No? Well, mag-antay kayo ng 10 minutes or close the database, open the database. Yun. Ayun, 100 user. Okay? User 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And you can use this one straight away. Pakita ko. Pwede nang gamitin to. So, server 3, maglalagin ako as Accenture 1. It's a domain user na. Okay, select other user. Nexus, Accenture 1, and then password is 1. Welcome. Tingnan natin, nagagana. Totoo ba yung mga user niya? O yung pumasok. So, change at first logon. Palitan natin. Oh, yun, tinanggap. No? O, teka.
Di pa ata naka-join yun, sir.
Yung 3?
Join na pala.
Kulang sir ng dash yung username.
Oo nga pala. Galing, galing. Tinetesting ko kayo kung may gising na no? Walang dash. Wala kasing Accenture 1 talaga. Okay. Yan. Thank you, thank you. So yan, the user password must be changed. So yan, pasok na. Teka, hindi nag-match. So I'm changing the password to number 2. Yun, pasok. We successfully logged in. Your password has been changed. Okay. So this is user Accenture. No? If you click, makikita niyo pangalan niya. Yun. No? Yeah, Accenture 1. Yeah. Okay, so success. Any question?
Dun sa
And
bulk creation, sir,
mhm.
possible din ba siya na kung sakali? Di ba yung name and last name, first name and last name, pwede rin siya.
Oh, yung ginawa natin first project. Diba? John Lloyd Cruz. Ellen Adarna, first name, last name.
I-add user muna yung lahat ng names tapos saka i-create naman.
Ito. Yung ginawa natin kanina.
Okay.
Yun, Andrea Brillantes. First name, last name. Okay. Andrea at Nexus Local. Okay. Okay, success! So, tapos na tayo. Any question? So, we successfully created the user. Next one, we're gonna be doing. Next one is module 4. Active Directory. Okay, module 4, Active Directory. So, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, it's very simple. Dalawang version kasi ito sa akin. Active Directory maintenance. Okay. So get your Active Directory organized. Reason number 1, group policy. Having a good OU design will make implementing, managing much easier. Okay, so kailangan meron kang OU. Yun nga, as I mentioned kanina, if you want to upgrade Windows 2012, you have to create separate OU for 2012. And if you want to upgrade 2019, separate OU. Kasi they have 2 different service pack, hotfixes, and patches. Hindi pwedeng i-apply. Okay, so you have to be organized. Reason number 2, why do you need to organize? Delegate permission. So question dito, you have a help desk, pero ang role nila is to reset a password, di ba? So, paano gawin yung, how do you delegate it? So, punta lang kayo dito sa Active Directory, domain, delegate control, then, let's say, select the user. Gusto ko si Accenture 1, taga-reset lang ng password. Okay? Kasi help desk siya. So, meron ditong option, reset user password. So that's applying a least privilege rights. Kasi help desk 1 siya. Why would you give her a domain admin, di ba? So you have to use delegate. So if I click next, wala siyang rights sa domain kundi mag-reset lang ng password. Okay, so that's delegation. Next is admin task. Modifying user count using LDAP queries, reporting bulk changes are all common to admin tasks. So dito, meron tayong script na dinemo kanina. Let's say you want to change organization. All you need to do is update the organization like this one. Diba? Let's say department. Okay, department. Gusto kong palitan yung department na yan. All you need to do is go to user CSV. And you can see department is marketing. no? So palitan mo lang yan, marketing, replace with sales, then replace all. Ayun, napalitan na, sales na siya. Okay, so you can easily change or update. Okay, so ano pang maintenance na pwede? Maintenance in terms of backups, no? So, how do you back up a file or a folder? So, meron tayong tinatawag na Windows Server Backup. This is the traditional NT backup back in the old days. So, how do you check if the backup is installed? So, get Windows feature, Windows Server Backup. Now, I know hindi naman installed, kaya papakita ko sa inyo na hindi siya installed. So, let's issue the command. So, how do you verify kung naka-install? Get Windows feature. Lagi namang Windows feature. Pangalan ng features, Windows Server Backup. None. Okay? Hindi naka-install. Walang X eh. So, if not install, you need to install by using command add Windows feature and the name of the feature. And includes all sub-feature such as RSAT, include sub-feature, include mo na rin lahat para walang kulang. Include RSAT, enter. So mag-install na siya. So installing backup, blah, blah, blah. So ayan. Okay? And then later, I'm gonna demonstrate to you how to back up the Active Directory component. So, ayan, success. So we have installed the Windows backup. How to backup? How do you check the Active Directory backup date? You have to type rep admin show backup. And how do you get the backup status? Show backup. No? Okay, so ito na, magba-backup na ako. So meron tayong backup. So run the service backup by going to Server Manager. Tools, hanapin yung WSB at the bottom. Ay, bumaba. I-zoom kasi. Ay, shoot. Mali. Sorry. Ayan, tama pala. Windows Server Backup. Okay? So this is the Windows Server Backup built in. Okay, we can make a test backup once. Magba-backup tayo ngayon for the time being. So there are one option, different option. Do you want the whole server operating system? It will take you, say, 8 hours yata or less. 12 gig. Napakalaki. Okay? Gusto ko lang mag-custom. Gusto ko lang backupan ng ating Active Directory. File lang, file. So if you want to restore the whole server, kailangan bare metal. Kung gusto niyo, let's say nasira yung server niyo, may backup, kayo restore from backup na. Pero kung gusto niyo lang i-backup ang folder, no? Pili tayo ng folder. Ano bang folder maganda? Windows. NTDS. Gusto kong specific folder lang. NTDS. Under NTDS, meron niyang 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay? So question dito, where do you want to backup? Local drive or remote? Syempre, you wouldn't backup locally kasi if something goes wrong sa local, you won't be able to restore. So, gagawin kong backup repository ang ating server number 2. So, dito sa server 2, gagawa ko ng backup share. Magawa tayo ng backup share. Sabihin natin. New folder backup. Okay. And then you have to share this so you can access remotely.
Sir, for example, di ba naka-up na yung Active Directory domain controller mo?
Uh-huh.
During backup ba makaka-apekto siya sa ops or sa operation?
Di naman. Lagyan mo lahat ng domain admins. Full control. Remove everyone. Always make a habit. Remove everyone. Kasi lahat maka-access yan. Delikado. That's why ang backup nirarun sa gabi. Kung malaki yung binabackup mo, there will be a performance degradation when it comes to speed. No? Kaya backup gabi. Okay, so may backup share. So question dito, where do you want to store the backup? I would like to store remotely. Okay? So anong location ng backup? Server 2. .nexus local. Ayun, nakita niya, backups. Okay? And then, access control, inherit permission. Meaning, remember, I remove everyone. So, dapat, when you restore something, it will inherit yung original permission. Let's say, dun sa folder na yan, domain admins lang. Dapat domain admins lang meron permission. Na? So that's, hindi to copy-paste. Kasi copy-paste walang permission eh. Okay, so run the backup. Babackup na niya yung NTDS, including the NTDS permission. So yeah, status creating shadow copy, blah, blah, blah. Shadow copy is the original content where the backup is located. Scanning the file. Tapos makikita niya 6 file ba yun? Or completed, tapos na. It's 56 megabyte. Na backup na niya. Dito sa ating remote storage. You know? Yan ang backup. Okay? Server 1. Andito lahat ng backup server 1. XML format yan. Unreadable yan. Okay? So let's say na-delete yung backup. And then some users sabi, can you please restore the file? No, it's easy. So if we want to restore, you have the option to recover. Ngayon dito, what do you want to recover? Question. Well, I want to recover the user request na backup folder lang. No? So saan ba naka-store yung backup? Remote, di ba? So select remote. And then put the location. Server 2, di ba? Nexus. Local. / yun, lumabas. Ha? Backups. Yun. Now, up to when can you restore? You can only restore if you have a backup. Malinaw. Kung wala kang backup, hindi ma-restore. So that's why dito, naka-bold to number 4. Kasi ito yung time na nag-backup tayo. Okay? So restore natin from 4th of Feb. Now, what do you want to recover? Do you want to recover the whole C? Wala naman tayong backup na whole C, kaya grayed out. Binakapan ko lang file. Okay? So I want to restore file and folder. So dito, whatever you backup ng file and folder, mag-appear. Yeah. So kita niya, we have a previous backup of NTDS. Yun. Okay? So this contains those. So I want to restore this file, this folder. Now, where do you want to restore? Ideally, you should restore to different location. Wag sa original. Kasi kung sa original, ma-overwrite siya. Diba? Pag na-overwrite siya, napatungan siya. Gusto ko i-restore sa restore. And then we would like to restore the ACL, yung permission. Okay, restore na natin. Start restoring. So it connected to remote storage. Done. Na-restore na niya. File recovery completed. Okay? So na-restore niya dito sa C. No, tingnan nga natin kung na-restore niya talaga. So meron tayong restore. Ayun. Yun ang NTDS. Di ba? Na-restore na. Check natin yung NTDS, Active Directory Database. Ano ba ang ACL nito? Ayan, no? Administrators lang ang may access. Meaning, not everyone. So, we manage to restore including the permission inheritance, no? Yung ACL na tinatawag. Ay, success! So, ang daming maintenance. Usually, yan ang ginagawa natin sa maintenance. You can back up, restore. You can pretty much do anything. No? Napakadaming trabaho niyan. Successful ang ating backup. Any question before proceeding sa number 5? Okay, so break muna tayo before we proceed sa number 5. Unless you have any question. Okay, okay.
Klaro, sir.
Okay, so if you have any question, just turn on your mic, na? And ask question. Uy, 41 na tayo. Dami. Sandali, capture ko lang to. Dami natin, Yan. So, naki-screen cap din ako, Okay, Module 5, Implementing Group Policy Objects. So this lesson describes how to manage server environment using group policy. So I'll discuss GPO, inheritance, create and how do you configure domain base, saan nakalagay yung GPO storage, and ano yung admin template. Okay, so first, ano yung GPO? GPO is a very powerful admin tool. You can use it to enforce various type of settings to a large number of users and computers. Let's say you want to push the setting of DNS to 2,000 server, GPO yon. If you want to install software to 2,000 desktop, GPO yan. If you want to lock down the desktop, no, GPO yan. If you want to enforce na ang control panel cannot be run by a standard domain user, GPO din yun. Okay? Typically, use GPU to apply security settings. Let's say enable firewall to 3,000 servers. No? You can also change the desktop to all users using application setting. You can deploy, install Adobe PDF, MS Office. You can also do a folder redirection. Let's say all users will be saving documents from their desktop and will be redirected sa central file server without uploading. GPU din yun. And you configure network settings. Let's say tatlo DNS nyo, you can do so, no? And tatlo yung gateway nyo, you can do so using GPO. So GPO scope and inheritance, you can scope GPO using links. So let's say you want to apply GPO, right-click link lang yan. Then meron siyang security filters. If you want to display a specific setting for desktop, you can filter using desktop. No? Meron din siyang Windows media instrumentation filters, yung mga drivers, no? Related sa hardware. So GPOs are processed on a client. So saan pinaprocess? Ida-download sa client, then i-apply sa client, hindi sa server. Okay? So merong local GPO, site level GPO, domain level GPO. So pag ang server is under site level, kung ano yung GPO link to that site will be applied. No, you can also block, deny, and inherit. No? So ito yung GPO. So how do you access this? So you can type gpmc.mgmt.msc. I hope you write it down. No? Anyway, may video naman to. So dito, you will see the domain level GPO. Dito may local GPO yan. Ito yung site level GPO. Under GPO may status. You can see status detail, no? Kung saan nakalink. Merong link group policy and may delegation. So, let's go straight sa ating demonstration. How to create GPO, how do you manage object, how you link the GPO, ano yung effective permission and settings, and verify the application settings. Okay? So dito, ito yung GPO. There are two sets, no? First is computer config and second one user. So dalawa lang yan. Most of the time, pareho lang yung laman ng configuration. Like, tingnan nyo, policy, software, admin template, control panel. Parang pareho lang, ano? Konti lang yung difference nila. Overview of the central store, ang GPO is save under NDMX, ADMX or ADML or XML. And ang GPO is under sysvol, no? C:// Windows/NTDS/sysvol. And you need to create this one manually. No? And normally, it detected automatically sa mga higher operating system. Test your knowledge. Ayan. So anybody, what are the 2 reasons to create GPO? Ay, di, OU pala, OU. Anybody? Bakit kailangan ng OU?
Categorize.
Tama. Kasi dito ina-apply GPO. Okay? Let's say gusto mo yung marketing group magkaroon ng Adobe PDF. No? Right-click that group. Ganun lang. Kaya sa OU yung tinitira. No? Okay, thank you for listening. Let's go straight sa ating hands-on lab, GPU. GPO. So I'm gonna log in sa ating server 1. Close everything. Run GPO. May typing gpmc.msc. Yan ang ating GPO. Okay. So, forest level, domain level, site level. Ito yung domain level. So, saan natin i-apply ang GPO? Gusto ko sa marketing level. Marketing, nandun yung 3 users, di ba? So, gagawa tayo ng GPO. New GPO. Create GPO. Let's say, disable control panel. Okay. Disable control panel. Okay. Okay, so ano yung control panel? So, discuss ko muna. So, ang pang-testing natin is server number 3. Ito. Server number 3. Pang-testing yan, ha? So, dito server number 3, gusto ko i-log in si John Lloyd Cruz. Kasi siya yung marketing, di ba? Lalagin ko si Andre Brillantes. Si Andre, I hope pareho yung password niya. So yan, Andrea Brillantes, naglalagin siya. Standard user. Okay. Si Andrea, as of now, kaya niya i-launch yung control panel. Yung pag tinype mo control. No? Lalabas yung control panel. Okay, searching pa yan. Or gusto mo control panel, ito. Tingnan mo. Oh, na-launch niya. So what kung na-launch niya? Kasi mga user, pwede mag-uninstall. Sabihin niya, tanggalin ko nga itong may gusto akong tanggalin eh. No? Itong feature na to. No? Naglagay siya ng ginawang Active Directory. Nako, delikado eh. No? So, teka, bakit may pending dito? Wala, refresh lang. So, delikado. Try to imagine kung merong program, no? Sabihin niya, tanggalin ko nga to, flash player, di man ako nagpa-flash. In-uninstall niya, no? Imagine kung MS Office 'yan. Sabihin niya, sir, nawala yung office ko, tinanggal pala niya. So, hassle sa admin. Okay? Ito, security pack. Naka-install. Sabi, hindi ko kailangan. Pwede niyang tanggalin to. No? Tanggalin nga to, tanggalin. No? Uninstall. Ayan. So, delikado, no? So, in the first place, standard domain user dapat walang power to launch control panel. Tatanggalin natin yan. Okay? So ganito na. So, yun na. Meron na akong ginawang GPO. We're gonna create our own policy. So, saan yun? User, so computer. Anybody? Si Andre yun, user, di ba? So, user policy, usually dito yun sa admin setting. Control panel. So, hanapin mo to. Ayun. So, we want to prohibit access to control panel. Then, all you need to do is enable. Okay, yun lang. Enable, on mo lang. Okay, and then press OK. Press OK. Makikita mo, yung settings, enable na siya. Okay, take effect na yun. So, how will the group policy be applied? No? Kasi as of now, nalo-launch pa niya. So, either you restart the server or you do GP update /force. No? Sign out. Try natin sign out lang si Andrea. And then log back in. Tingnan natin kung magte-take effect yung policy. Nilagin ko si Andrea ulit. Tingnan nga natin, nag-take effect na ba? So by that time, dapat downloaded na yung group policy. No? Tingnan natin ha. Oh, nag-take effect na. All she need to do is to log out, then log back in. So sabi dito, this operation has been canceled due to restriction. So hindi niya malalaunch yan. Okay, nagets niya group policy? So napakadaming settings nito. Kung ako sa inyo, play around, no? Disable yung clock. Madali lang naman yan. Hanapin nyo lang yan. Okay. Any question about group policy? Take effect.
Sir, question. Pwede
Mhm.
bang i-restrict yan sa particular users lang? Or particular group lang?
OU to, per OU.
Per OU? Okay.
Kasi apply mo dito, ayan ang OU. Kung ano lang yung may OU, kung sino lang may OU, yun lang ma-apply mo.
Sa OU mismo? Okay.
Oo,
Okay.
yun ang purpose ng OU. Kasi walang user, wala ka namang option na user. So gawin mo, let's say may specific user, punta ka sa OU na yun, marketing, add mo siya doon. Add mo siya doon, na?
Okay, noted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next one is folder redirection. Ito naman yung advanced group policy. So dito sa folder redirection, napakasimpleng concept lang nito. So ito yung group policy part 2. Yung kanina basic lang yan. Okay? So module 6, folder redirection. Ano muna yung folder redirection? So folder redirection enable users and admin to redirect the path of a known folder from her computer to a new location to the server by using group policy. No? So that new location can be a folder, no, or a directory on a file share. Users interact with files, which means you can update, delete, add, and any changes will be redirected dun sa folder. As if na parang meron kang local drive. So let's say, meron kang payroll na nasa desktop mo, nag-add ka, nag-update, automatically save na rin yun sa file share. Okay? So the files in the folder are then available to user from any computer. Let's say you disconnect from your domain, you can work from home. No, the moment na connected ka sa domain mo, it will automatically update. No? So meron din siyang offline feature. Okay, another benefit ng user folder redirection is users can log into any computer and store all file. Let's say call center agent 1. Okay? Dito siya nag-log in, nag-update siya ng call sheet niya, no? Call sheet niya update 1. Tapos the following day, yung user 1, hindi na available yung computer 1, lumipat sa computer 2. So gagawin nito when she log in, it will download and restore all file dun sa desktop niya. Magugulat siya, uy, ba't nandun lahat ng mga file ko? Parang profiles, di ba? And then, another benefit nito, for some reason, sira tong computer 2 and computer 1, all the call center agent will need to do, lipat lang ng ibang computer, lipat siya dito. And that profile will be point to Active Directory and all the file will be restored sa desktop niya. Ganda na. Let's say nasira laptop mo na virus, ninakaw, binenta mo sa Quiapo. The moment you log in, babalik yung lahat yung settings mo. Ay, kaya.
On that, sir, no need na ng file sharing folder ba? Parang
Kailangan naka-share sa user. Mamaya papakita ko paano file share. Okay? So another practical benefit nito is centralized data from client for admin task. Kasi hindi ka na kailangan tawagan ng admin, ng user. It will enable users to continue access file automatically na yun. The moment you log in, automatic download lahat ng files mo. And this will optimize bandwidth. Try to imagine kung 5 GB yung file, di ba? No? So, i-optimize yan. And can enable mobile user to access network files while working offline. Let's say nasa Boracay kayo, then you updated the timesheet or some file. Now, the moment you got connected, i-upload nyo automatically. No? You don't have to be online all the time. Okay, thank you for listening. So, paano ginagawa yun? Ito na. So, first, you need to install the feature. Okay, punta kayo server. Install mo yung folder redirection. So, meron ng instruction dyan. Ito. So, punta lang kayo sa lab. Wala dito. So, ito lang, makinina. So, simple lang siya. Add role. hanapin mo lang yung folder redirection. Okay? Okay, install on server. Hanapin natin. Ang file, folder redirection is a file and storage component. So, click mo lang to. Click mo lang to file. Hanapin mo yung folder redirection. Ay, sorry. Ba't nandito ako? Group policy pala yung topic natin. Naligaw ako. Group policy pa pala tayo. So, ito na. Sa group policy, so gagawa tayo ng folder redirection. So, hanapin natin ang admin template. Admin template. Hanapin natin folder redirection. User Windows setting. Ayun. This is specific to user. So how do you go to folder redirection? Go to user config, policies, Windows settings, folder redirection. Now, what can you redirect? You can redirect anything. Desktop, start menu, documents, picture, downloads. No? So ito yung ating user, si Andrea Brillantes. Let's say si Andrea gumawa ng documents. Sabihin natin, let's say, payroll. Kung nga rin siya yung accountant natin. Okay? Tapos salary na dito yung salary no $200,000 a year. Chris, sweldo ni Chris, okay? Yan. So automatically when she log in, this file will be saved sa folder, sa server, no? Sa pa. Anything she downloaded will be redirected sa server. Let's say, kung ari lang, download. Okay, download. Yan. Masasave yan, download file. Anything she saves sa under ng documents, ito, docs, will be uploaded sa server then. Okay? Let's say, nagpunta siya ng Boracay, nag-swimming, no? Nag-swimming si Andrea. Tapos nandito yung, nakabigini siya, kung ari, no? Uploaded din yan sa server. Okay? Ngayon, baka pagkaguluhan ng admin yan. Kasi nakabigay, diba? So, we have to secure si Andrea. So, we want to make sure na hindi mabiview ng admin. Okay? For security reason. Now, napakadami. So, paano i-set yan? So, first of all, you have to create file server. No? Gagawa tayo ng file share tulad ng sabi ni sir. File share. Yan, file share. Yan. Yung file share na yan, yung file server natin. Now, we need to grant access. Sharing. Advanced sharing. Now, yung file share na yan, wag naman everyone. Tanggalin mo yan, delikado yan. Add natin, remember si Andrea, marketing? O, yung specific group lang, ha? Ay, teka, ba't nawala? Permission. Teka, hindi advanced na. Dito tayo sa advanced sharing. File share. Gusto ko group. Ayun. Marketing. Bakit di mo makita marketing? Teka, ba't di niya kilala marketing?
Sir, sales na po yata yun.
Hindi,
Yun pa lang sir yung meron tayong marketing. Wala pang
Ayan na. Hindi, may all yun na tayo. Group nga pala yung ko. Sorry. Nalimutan ko, nalito ako dun eh. This is really confusing. Wala pa tayong group. Tama ka, sir. Tama. So, kaya pala, hindi makita. Hindi pa ako nag-create ng group. So, ayan. Create na ako. Add natin si lahat ng taga-marketing such as Andrea. Okay. Sino pa ba? John Lloyd Cruz. Ellen. Okay. Ayan, meron. Nag-add ako, doesn't exist. Add marketing. Boom. Yun. Full permission muna. Pero don't worry, tatanggalin niya yung full. Tanggalin yung... ito, papakita ko. Domain admin na add ko. Dadayain natin. Pero mawawala ng permission din yan. Bubura yan. Automatic na yan. Kasi nga, syempre, mga domain admin, very powerful eh. They can be able to see. Try to imagine, nakabikini si, di ba? Yun, may bikini siya. Tapos na-upload, di-download nyo lahat yan, di ba? Okay, so aside from sharing, kailangan may security din. Access ng administrator, pero what about marketing? Wala oh. So kailangan marketing. Ganun proper rights assignment, ha? Marketing, bigyan mo na ng full. Pero don't worry, tingnan nyo, naka-full re-remove niya yan. Add mo na rin domain. Papakita ko sa inyo na i-remove yan. Domain admin. So re-remove yan. Okay, so ganun mag-set ng permission. Okay, malinaw? Ngayon, question, accessible ba tong FS? Testing muna natin, testing natin. Accessible ba ang FS server 1 to, diba? .nexus.local. Kasi ito yung magiging mapping niya. /fs. Ba't parang hindi? Kulang nexus. Nexus.local. Dapat lumabas far out. Ayun! Delay lang. Lumabas. So, shared na siya. Okay? Shared na siya. So, meron na tayong file share. Next is, we want to enable desktop folder redirection. Okay? So, all you need to do is click basic redirect. So, this will redirect everyone's folder to the same folder. Ngayon, ang folder path nito should be UNC path yata. Ewan ko lang kung tatanggapin ta. Tingnan natin. File server. Yun, tinanggap. So, the moment the user log in, it will create exclusive folder under FS. So, magiging Andrea, di ba? Magiging /Andrea desktop, /Andrea download. Okay? Apply. Yes. Okay. So, that's done. And we would like to synchronize documents to the same folder. What else we would like to redirect? Pictures. Yung pictures niya. Basic lang, basic. Basic lang pinipili ko. And then UNC path. Okay, UNC path. And then ano pa? Downloads, di ba? Gusto nyo i-synchronize yung mga dinownload. Yeah. Done. Okay, tapos na. Now, let's go to the folder. Siyempre, walang laman. So, that will create, the moment na mag-login si Andrea, that will create a folder named Andrea. Okay, ito na. So, how will it take effect? Either you type, gusto ko i-reboot eh. Pakita ko sa inyo, lalagin ako without rebooting. Applying user, nakita nyo, applying folder redirection policy, nakita nyo? So, it's applying. Okay? So, pagbalik nyo dito sa server, ayun, na-create na ng Andrea folder. Okay? Automatically na yan. Applying folder, redirecting file, nandito na yan. Pero tingnan nyo yung permission. Si Andrea lang may rights nito. Tingnan mo yung sharing. Wala nga makita eh. Ano? Security, sino may rights nito? Si Andrea lang. And anybody who belongs to marketing. Ang domain admins, meron pa palang rights, domain admin. Administrator, meron. No? Pero titingnan natin, sisilipin natin ha. Kaya bang buksan desktop? Hindi. Sabi dito, you do not have permission. Meaning, pakita ko sa inyo. Tingnan yung security. Wala. You must have read permission. Read permission lang ang domain admin. For security reason. Kasi nga, nandun yung bikini ni Andrea, di ba? So, for security reason, tinanggalan ka ng rights as a domain admin. No? Only Andrea can access this. Di ba? Secured. Di ba? Secured. So, lahat ng file ni Andrea nandito na. So, once she shifted to different laptop, the-download yun. Now, how do we prove na nasa server to? Kasi naman, walang indication. So, gagawa tayo ng map drive. Sabihin natin, group drive, naka-point dun sa server 1, nexus.local /fs/Andrea. Okay, tingnan natin ha. Yun, na-map. So ito yung drive G niya. Tingnan mo ha. Ayun no, may drive G na si Andrea. Server yan ha. Ano ang na map documents? Yun no, docs. Server to ha. Hindi na to yung local. So under documents, meron siyang file na docs. Okay? Di ba nakita mo to? Payroll. Puntahan natin yung desktop niya. Back. Desktop. Nasa file server to. Ayun no, server 1 eh. No, payroll. update ko to. So from, napakita ko muna na na-upload na. 200,000, di ba? From the server, papalitan ko yung file na nasa desktop. Gagawin natin $300,000 a year. Okay? So, in-update ko directly from the laptop. Kung nga sinave ko, will it be uploaded or synchronized sa server? Verify natin, payroll. Synchronize. Ay, parang Dropbox, di ba? Anything you change sa desktop will be uploaded sa server. Okay? Isa pa. So, di ba, if you remember, meron tayong picture no, ni Andrea Brillantes. So, punta ka lang sa pictures. Ayun yung bikini niya. No? No? So, dito, makikita mo din yung pictures. Siya lang nakakita niya. Ayan. If you delete sa laptop, no? Deleted sa laptop, will it be deleted sa server? Refresh natin yung server. Deleted din sa server. Okay, malinaw. Yung dinownload niya, nasa download, also redirected sa download folder na nasa server. Ayun. Pag dinilit mo dito sa computer, deleted din yan on the fly. Okay? Galing. Folder redirection. Any question?
Yes, sir. Dun sa GPO, sir. What if same server, two different OU kasi yung kailangan, paano mag-set ng ano?
Nang?
Two different OU for folder redirection.
Di gagawa ko lang ng isa pa.
Gagawa ko
Di ba
ulit.
ang policy ko nito, ito yun eh. So, punta ka lang sa GPMC. So, ayun yung folder redirection. Di ba? Meron tayong... Ito yun eh. Ito yun eh. Dapat hindi disable eh. Lilink mo lang. Let's say, link mo sa Accenture. Link lang. Yan. Ayan. Folder redirection na yan. Anyone from Accenture, re-redirect na yung folder niya.
Okay.
So, yun lang linking. Ay, dali yan. Any question? Lana. Okay, next, let's move to FSRM. FSRM is a very simple concept. File service resource manager. So FSRM is a simple role in server which enables you to manage and classify data stored on file server. You can use FSRM to auto-classify files, perform tasks based on classification. You can also set quota about folder and create reports. Okay? So feature nito, quota management, you can allow limit space that is allowed for a volume. Let's say 5 gigs si Andrea. Kasi as of now, unlimited. What if nag-download siya ng 10 gigabytes? Sayang yung file server kasi nagsisync sa server, di ba? So dito sa quota management, you can auto-apply new folders created and you can also define using template. So may built-in template. Na? Puntahan na natin. Before you implement quota management, you have to install FSRM. Okay, so install natin FSRM by going to the role. No, then hanapin mo yung FSRM. FSRM should be under file and storage pa rin. Yun, file server resource manager. Add RSAT so you can manage. Click next, next. Restart the server if needed. Install, yan. So mag-install na siya.
Hello?
Sir, nakamute po yata kayo.
Okay, done. So, just reboot the server. Kailangan natin reboot. Reboot ko lang yung server.
And sir, while rebooting, sir, question lang po. Di ba yung kaganina sa file, ano po, yung redirection folder, pwedeng gumamit ng sariling file server mo tapos info point lang doon?
Oo. So all you have to do, kanina ginawa ko, pinoin ko lang server 1. Pwedeng external. Let's say, server 10. Ta-type mo lang / server 10. Yung universal naming convention.
Para kung sakaling hindi siya dun sa domain controller na save, di ba?
Ideally, dapat external kasi DC has to be secured. Walang ibang role. Kaya kailangan mo ng malaking capacity kasi file server yan, di ba?
Yes, correct.
Sir, question lang.
Mhm.
Hindi ba masyadong mabigat sa network kung lahat ng PC is may folder redirection?
Well, that's why you have to implement quota management. Isang file, 5 gig lang. Isang user, quota. So, i-quota mo isang user, 5 gig lang. Kasi kung nag-download yan ng 4 gig movie, pas the moment he log in, kakopy yan, the-download niya yan. Pero usually, nangyayari, yung laptop, exclusive lang sa user, di ba?
Yes.
Hindi sila nagro-roam na palipat-lipat. So, hindi na i-download once downloaded. Magsisync up lang siya kung whatever you're missing.
On desktop lang kung sakaling sir may quota management na.
Oo. Let's say, lumipat ng desktop, download lahat yun sa desktop niya. Ngayon, para hindi masyadong mabagal, kasi kung 100 users, sabay-sabay, 9 AM pumasok, no? Lagyan natin ng quota management. Pero hindi na may download yon kung na-download na eh. If they're gonna use the same laptop or PC. So, na-install ko na ang Labs. So, ito yung step-by-step ng yun. FSRM number 7. So, ito yung step-by-step. Napakahaba. Okay, so ito yung gagawin natin. Napakahaba niyan. So, panoorin nyo ako. Just play, pause, and perform the hands-on lab. Okay, so ito na. So, open up FSRM. So, we're gonna implement quota management. So, dito pa lang tayo. Quota management. Mamaya papakita ko yung ibang yan. Kasi malaking topic itong quota management na to. So, open up FSRM. Dito lang yan. FS. Yun. So, that's why you need to reboot, ha? Iba kasi, minsan, ayan, quota. So, isa pa lang yan. Marami pa tayong gagawin. So, kagawa tayo ng quota. So, we have quota template, no? If you want to apply so standard user, siguro 5 gig limit lang. So, it will not be so big. Pero mga manager, usually 10 gigabyte, diba? So, all you need to do is apply the quota. So, right-click, create quota from this template. Tapos, sino yung bibigyan mo ng quota? Si Andrea, gusto kong bigyan. Diba, under file server yan. Diba? Si Andrea, yan. Okay, o yan. So, si Andrea, meron siyang 5 gig limit. Taken from the 5 gig template. So, notification, pag na-reach niyang 85% in this capacity, it will send an email. Pag na-reach niya 95%, magla-log sa event log. Pag na-reach niya yung 100%, mag-i-email din. Sabi niya, you are over quota. Done. So, 5 gig na lang quota niya. Okay? Ngayon, gusto kong liit.
Siya mag-email, sir, sa user or sa server management?
Sa user. Sa user. Okay, so 5 gig. Ngayon, paano natin te-testingin to? Paano natin te-testingin to? Si Andrea to, magsasave tayo ng 5 gigabyte sa file server, kasi nilimit natin yung folder niya, di ba? Yung Andrea folder, which is this one. So may limit siya dito na 5 gig lang. Okay? So gagawa tayo ng dummy file na more than 5 gig. Tingnan natin kung makaka-save siya. Dapat hindi, di ba? So, paano gumawa ng dummy file? So open up command prompt. Pwede rin PowerShell. Run as admin. Ay, far out. Command prompt, CMD. User pala siya. Standard user lang. So, gagawa tayo ng dummy file. Dummy lang to. So, dummy file. Ayan. So, gagawa tayo ng 5 gig. So, paano gumawa ng 5 gig? File. So, provided ko na using fsutil. Okay? So, the command is fsutil file create new file 2.txt 5 gigabyte. Shit, laki nun. 1, 2, 3, 5 kilobytes, 1, 2, 3, 5 megabytes, 1, 2, 3, 5 gigabytes. So, pasok yan sa quota, di ba? Gawin natin 6 gigabytes. Ay, shucks, nag-delete ako. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 6 gigabyte. fsutil file, create new file. May mali ba ako? File, create new. Hindi niya kaya 6 gigabyte. Ang laki masyado.
Spelling ng file ata, sir.
Ha? File. Typo error. Usually typo error ako eh. Late kasi ng laptop ko. Phi. 6 gigabyte created. Created yung 6 gigabyte. Tapos, save natin sa group, sa file. Ulit ng zoom ko. Sandali. So, ito yun. Ito yun. Under dummy folder. Dummy folder. Punta tayo dun sa dummy folder. Yan. Tingnan nyo ha. File 2, 6 gigabyte. Yun. Uy! Uy, 6 gigabyte. Okay. So, over quota, right? Over quota. Ngayon, upload natin sa file server. File sa G drive. Yan. So, dapat hindi ito ma-save, ha? Deny access dapat. Over quota. Boom. Sabi, there is not enough space on documents. 5 gig is needed to copy. Kahit whatever you do, hindi yung ma-upload. Kasi nga, nakota na siya. Malinaw. Ay, nag-take effect ha. Ngayon, gawa naman tayong 1 gigabyte lang. Tingnan natin kung ma-upload natin. 1 gigabyte. Ito nga, exist file 2. File 3 naman. File 3. File 3. Okay, 1 gigabyte. 1 gigabyte. Sa dummy. File 3, 1 gigabyte. Let's confirm. Malinaw, 1 gigabyte. Okay. Copy. Save sa ating teka, cancel muna natin. Sa ating share drive, sa file server. Yan. Sa file server. Under documents. Paste. Uploaded. Okay. Kasi below the quota. Check nga natin, uploaded ba talaga sa server? Diba? Uploaded ba talaga yan? So, let's go to the file server, file share, Andrea. Ay, di pala natin makikita. Ayan. Wala tayong permission pala. Okay. Pero na-upload. Ayan, no? Server 1, uploaded 5 gig. Can you delete? Of course, you can delete na. Okay. That's the quota management. Any question? So, ang dami pa yan. So, you can, if you want to edit the quota, 5 gig kasi siya, you can increase or you can simply edit quota. Kanina hindi makasave ng 5 gig. You can simply add quota. Let's say, gawin mo siyang 10 gig. Okay. 10 gig. Okay. So, itong dummy file natin na 6 gig should be accepted. Okay? Dapat i-accept to. Save natin sa file server. Sa documents. 6 gig 10 gig quota. Pasok yan. Oh, di ba? Uploaded. Success. Bilis ng network natin, ha? Okay, delete. 10 gig, 6 gig yan. Delete. Baka mabusan tayo ng space. Next is, any question pala before mag-move on ako? Next is file classification infra. You can classify file and apply policy on this classification. Example, dynamic access control for restricting access to file. Let's say you granted ACL access and that file is part of that group, you should be able to open. Okay, parang ginawa natin kanina. File classification infra. Next is file management task. Enables you to apply conditional policy to file based on their classification. The condition of a file include file location, kung saan siya nakalagay, properties, and the date was file created. The last modified date is the last time file was accessed. So let's say you will do housekeeping. Yung file was there since 1998. So you can easily detect that the file is very old, and using file management task, if you delete a file, anything below year 2000 will be deleted. Kasi nga meron siyang modified date by default. No? Meron namang file screening management. You can you can control any type of file that you can store sa file server. Ibig sabihin, if you don't want user to save mga videos such as MP4, mga audios as MP3, you can do so. You can restrict. Tawag doon, file screening management. So ito na, de-demo ko sa inyo. Kasi mga user, they keep on saving picture, di ba? And movies, let's say 4 gig. Sayang naman ng ating file server. So gagawa ka ng file screening. Na? So screen na natin. Ano yung mga file na ayaw mo? Yan. So anong folder gusto mong hindi makasave ang users? Lahat ng anything saved under file share. Okay? Gusto ko, sabi dito, how do you want to configure the file screen properties? I would like to block audio and video. When you say audio and video, these are MP4, MP3. No? So yan. So si Andrea, Brillantes, hindi na pwede mag-upload ng audio video. Okay. So gawa tayo ng MP3 music, kung ari lang. So, paano ba gumawa ng MP3? Wala tayong MP3. Text muna. So, kung nga ito, music. Okay. Tapos, papalitan mo lang yung file extension name. Kasi naka-text yan, di ba? Gawin natin MP3. 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 Okay, MP3. Tapos, gusto ko nasa laptop ko. Sinave niya sa desktop niya. Kasi nagpe-play siya lagi ng music. Sa save niya, save ko nga itong MP3 ko. Boom. You don't have permission to perform. So they won't be able to save music. Okay, so we are in a control environment. And you are optimizing the file server so users cannot save anything you define. Video, music, no, whatever. Ayan, hindi siya makasave. No? Ngayon, edit natin yan. Sabihin natin, sir, legit naman yung music eh. No? Passive mo. I-passive mo. Passive meaning, pwede ma-save, pero ma-monitor natin. Tapos mag-i-email. Yan, passive. Ito, try again. Tingnan natin, ma-save na music. Boom, tinanggap. Okay? Passive siya. He can save music pero namo-monitor. Meaning, nag-email sa admin. Okay? So, that's the file screening. Galing, ano? Ano pa ba? Storage report, lastly. Storage report, how will you identify ano na yung laman ng server mo? Diba? So, create ka ng generate reports na gusto kong malaman yung duplicate file, file screening, file by group, who created the file, no? And the report should be under HTML. Okay? And then sino yung folder, no? Kanino folder 'yon. So I would like to screen anything under file share lang. Okay, file share lang. So these are user file or whatever, group file. No? Teka, generate reports. Now. Queued, no, queued. Nag-run ba? Hindi ko nakita nag-run na. So the report should normally go to storage report. Yun, nag-create siya ng storage report and that was scheduled. Dapat nandito yun. Ay, hindi pala siya scheduled. Dapat nasa interactive. No, yan. So dapat nandiyan yung report. Ngayon, somehow wala eh. Ulitin natin. So ito yung mahirap kasi. No? So gawan muna tayo schedule. This cup reporting. Okay. Hindi nag-run eh. Mali. Pipe to HTML. CSV, XML. Tapos scope is yung user file lang. Add tayo ng path, meaning which folder you would like to monitor again. File server, anything under file FS. Sabihin natin anything C. Sige na, for demo sake lang. Kasi remember, wala akong permission sa file server. Kaya nag-error siya. Yun, so anything on C. Close. Yan na. Okay. Okay, tapos question now, how do you want to deliver? So let's say may email kayo, admin@nexus. So anyone who are part of this group will receive the email. Okay. Tapos, since wala akong SMTP, hindi ko pwedeng run to. Wala akong SMTP server. Now, when do you want to run? Meron kaming Monday, weekday status meeting capacity tuwing 9 a.m. So, gusto kong i-email to sa lahat ng admin group alas 8 pa lang ng umaga. Okay? Now, I hope this will run. So, this is scheduled and never been run. Okay? So, run na natin. Tingnan ko. Pag ayaw nito, iwanan ko na to. Run report task now. So, dapat running. Dapat running to. Never, queued, generating report. Dapat running. Generating storage report. Queued, error, shit. Ayun. Ayun, nag-run for some reason. Pero iba hindi niya na-run. So, gusto ko lang i-demo sa inyo na successfully generated quota. Okay? So, ito yung quota natin. Remember, quota natin 10 gig para kin Andrea. Oh, lumabas. Currently, peak usage today. Okay. Minimum quota use percentage 0. Ayan. So, may report na tayo. No? Ano pa bang report pwede dito? File screening. Hindi niya na ano yung per user. No? Ganda kung may per user. No? So, experiment nyo yan kasi minsan tumatakbo, minsan hindi. So, last try natin. Tingnan natin kung tatakbo siya. Dapat kasi walang error. May error kasi. Run report now. Generate reports in the background. So, queued. Running. Yun, running. Sana walang error. Running. Done. Tingnan natin. Sana walang error. Interactive yun. Ayun, nag-run nga. Pero same report lang. Okay. So anyway, dito pinakita naman yung user. Si Andrea. Ayan na, Andrea. So there are 5 items. Okay. Galing na, management. Okay. So that's storage reporting. Any question? Okay. So, yun nga, practical example, file classification, ito yung may ACL. Anyone who belong to the same group should be able to classify the file and be able to have access. File classification, so dito, ginawa ko, binlock ko yung audio video. Okay. And then we created 5 GB quota. Then nag-create tayo ng 6 GB file, hindi na save. Diba? And then we not allow yung music and video. And then we created a schedule report. Then finorce natin mag-run agad. Okay, tapos. Any question? Thank you for listening. Do you have any question about quota management? It's a very useful thing. Now, siguro mag-lunch muna tayo. 11 o'clock na, no? Bago tayo mag-DFS. Okay, okay. Do you have any question before we proceed sa ating lunch? So after lunch, we're gonna discuss 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more topics. So nangangalahati pa lang tayo, meron pa tayong 7 topic. Do you have any question? Okay, so let's continue the lesson. We are now on, saan na ba tayo? 7 na yata tayo, ano? DFS. Ayan, Module 8. So kalahati na tayo. So Module 8, DFS. So what is DFS? So DFS stands for Distributed File System. DFS is a file share replicated across multiple servers and location to increase uptime and reduce access issues related to geography, latency, and bandwidth. So normally, when you say multiple servers, this could be in different region like London, yung isang server natin nasa Sydney, no? So Microsoft DFS is a role you can install to auto-synchronize files between 2 file servers or more. If you give an unified namespace, ito yung UNC path, no? Access mo lang using // server name. You can always access file to your closest region. Let's say you're living in Sydney, the referral will be given to you Sydney file server. If you're in London naman, yung London server. You can set it up for HA, high availability. Let's say for some reason your Sydney is down, you will be able to upload sa London, which is your next server. So you can upload or you can set up HA for important files or efficient distribution files such as at branch office. So step to set up DFS in network are given below. So first you have to enable the server and then configure the namespace. UNC path lang to. And then you have to add 2 servers in a single replication group and then configure software repo for desktop central. So you can access, no, via web then. So ito yung overview ng DFS, ganito siya. So meron siyang 3 scenarios. So when you say sharing files across branch office, yung hub site or yung branch can be able to upload and download both ways, no? When you say data collection, branch office can only upload to hub site. Okay, pwede lang siya mag-push. When you say data distribution, yung hub site naman magsasend ng files sa branch office. Okay, so in demo ko will be both ways. Anyone can upload to any branches. File sharing nga eh. So this is the DFS scenario or how you deploy DFS. So merong users in New York and users in London. All they see is a unified naming convention such as contoso.com/marketing. Dito naman, nakikita niya launch server project docs, no? Pero it's both pointing to contoso.com/marketing. Yan yung UNC niya, no? So step 1, yung user magsasend ng file sa New York, bibigyan ng referral. Sabihin dito, ang nearest server mo is server na nasa New York. Okay? Kung user naman natin is nasa London, nearest server niya is server located in London. Okay? So both servers are doing replication. So paano siya nagre-replicate? So meron ditong protocol which is called vector distance protocol, VDS. Siya yung nagre-replicate. So anything you save under New York will be automatically propagated to any server, no, or in London. So ganun lang siya kasimple. So how do you implement replication? So when you implement DFSR, usually yung file na send will be compressed. Kasi laki nun, let's say 10 gig. To maximize the bandwidth and to make it more efficient, paliliitin mo using compression. And then yung file na compressed will be saved sa staging folder bago niya i-send or mag-receive, no? And then meron siyang journaling. Yung file na yon will have universal journal number, no? Serial number. So i-stamp niya yan para ito, let's say version 1. Kung may nag-send pa, version 2. Kaya just in case may collision, no? The wait manage is the one with the latest date stamp or the one with the latest journal number. Okay? Ang vector version exchange protocol is the one responsible for replication. Pag ito namatay, hindi siya magre-replicate. So, how do you troubleshoot? Eh di simple, restart the exchange protocol. Ganun lang, ano? Let's say, hindi na nagsasend ng update eh. You need to restart this protocol, no? And ang DFS, automatic recover from failure. Let's say, hindi nagre-replicate for some X number of minutes, no? Magre-restart siya mag-isa. You can configure and manage DFS using commandlet then and PowerShell, no? Kung gusto mo mano-mano. Pero mas simple lang naman siya and everything will be set to default. So wala na tayong gagawin. DFS namespace and replication. So namespace can be configured as via domain or UNC or standalone, yung server name lang. Okay? To configure namespace, you have to create namespace, let's say /marketing, no? And then yung marketing na yon, kailangan folders exist on both regions. And then you have to add targets. Targets, these are the pseudonym, hindi yung actual name. And then set ordering methods for target in referral. Let's say gusto mo ma-update server 1 muna bago 2, 3, and 4. No? Pero dito, dalawa lang yung server natin. So magre-replicate siya sa isa. Okay? Namespace and replication, you can optimize DFS by renaming or moving a folder. You can move the folder, then rename dun sa RSAT niya. No? We can disable referral. Let's say gusto mo directly sa London, pero Sydney, New York user ka. You can also specify cache duration. Gusto mo i-cache for 8 hours. No? Anything sent or received. You can also configure namespace polling. Ito yung parang pinging. No? Every 10 seconds, nag-check siya, may bago bang file. Pag may bago, magsisynchronize siya. Kung operation nyo naman di 24/7, pwede siya mag-sync from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. lang. Then you have to add members sa replication group. And then you can create multiple replicated folder. No? Let's say instead of file share, meron kang file share 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then you can modify replication topology. Let's say replicate to the first server, third server, fifth server, in case you have multiple servers. No? Okay, that's all ang ating DFS. Hands-on na natin. So medyo mahaba to. Ito yung mahaba. We're gonna install DFS dito sa ating server 1 and 2. Don't worry, we have a step-by-step guide under Notepad. So meron tayong Notepad. So pupunta ka lang sa labs. No? By default, na ang labs is under your host, hindi sa VM. So okay, copy ko lang 'to. I mean, iba tinype ko na. So ito FSRM. Ay, hindi FSRM. DFS 8 na pala tayo. Yan. So implementing DFS, installing DFS role. So step 1, we're gonna install on both server. So kailangan naka-on on 1 and 2. And then we're gonna issue this command, no? Invoke command. Bakit invoke? Invoke meaning push to another server, no? Yan, invoke natin yan. So, we need ICE. Again, ICE. Run as admin. Dito, to make it more efficient, hindi na tayo maglalagin sa server 2. We will install both DFS role sa server 1 lang, remotely. Okay? So, anong command? So, we're gonna be using invoke command. Invoke meaning execute command sa computer na ang pangalan ay server 1, server 2. And then the command we would like to execute is under curly braces. So the command will be install Windows feature, the usual command. The role name is file server DFS namespace. Okay. as well as file server, DFS, replication. Replication. Okay? So if you're confused, ay, ba't na-shutdown ko? Far. Napindot ko yung shutdown. Ayun, yung button. So this is one good thing about virtualization. You can easily power on. Hindi mo na kailangan tumakbo sa server. Any question? You can ask question anytime you want. Huh? May tao ba? Is there someone? Nika, Odi, Paul, can you hear me? Tina, Yolanda.
Yes, sir.
Okay, klaro naman audio ko, ha?
Sir, clear naman.
Okay, okay. Okay, so I'm gonna log back in. We're gonna run the same command. Yun. Okay, buti na save. Anong kulang dito? Curly braces. No? So, project 8, DFS. So, RSAT yun. RSAT. So, copy ko na lang para hindi ko na i-retype ulit. As long as you understand the command, you can execute. No? So, pero gagawin nyo lang to sa test server. Wag directly sa production. So, ano ini-install ko? DFS namespace and replication plus the RSAT. No? So, run na natin. So, this will install on both server at the same time. Parang we're hitting two birds in one stone. So try to imagine if you have, let's say, a company nyo is American Express, no? Amex kasing client ko dati sa Accenture. Ang dami namin server all over the world. Let's say gusto mo lahat yung mag-replicate sa 100 server. Trabaho nun, di ba? Isa-isahin mo yun. So using this invoke command, you can install simultaneously to multiple server. Tingnan nyo. Server 2, is it successful? Yes. Install the in DFS. Server 1, is it successful? Yes. Do we need to restart? No. What did we install? Namespace, replication, DFS. Okay, so let's verify na. So open up Server Manager and then hanapin natin yung DFS doon. Okay. So it should be under here. DFS. Management. Yeah. Okay. So meron siyang namespace and replication. So first of all, we need to create a namespace. New namespace. Save natin sa server 1 first. No? Server 1. And then pangalan is marketing. Marketing. Then you have to manually set the permissions. Dapat pag read-only, meaning you can access, you cannot write. So, tingnan ko muna yung custom. Kasi ang gusto ko mag-replicate, not everyone, di ba? Hindi safe yon. I would like to replicate anyone or anyone who save a file under marketing. Okay? Yan. Gusto ko marketing lang. Ano? Then you need to add domain din just in case na they lost permission for some reason, you can troubleshoot and fix. Okay, custom permission, tandaan niya. So assign yon DFS rods marketing. Dito yung na-create. DFS. Wala pa, hindi pa na-create. Balikan natin. Hindi ko pa na next. Next. Domain-based namespace ba? Kung domain-based, this will be the URL. Okay? Kung standalone, server 1 lang. So domain-based. Create tayo ng DFS. Yun, done. So meron na tayong DFS. Under DFS routes. So ito yun, marketing. Okay? After creating namespace, we need to create a replication group. So create right-click new replication group. So we will add both server 1 and 2. So name of replication, marketing. Okay, domain is local, and we have to add both server. Okay. So let's say New York yung server 1, server 2 naman is ano ba yung scenario natin? Ito. Yan. Server 1 is in New York. Server 2 is London server. Pero magre-replicate sila, no? Ayan, okay. So what topology you would like? I would like anybody to send receive updates. Kaya mesh, no? Mesh. And then question, replicate continuously? Do you want full bandwidth within 24 hours? Yes. Or kung yung company nyo is 9 to 5 lang naman, lagay mo dito 9 to 5. Monday to Friday lang, no? So ako, for demo's sake, gusto ko full para mabilis. Primary member, which is the master, server 1. Ngayon, saan naka-point yung server 1? You need to add the local path, which is DFS route, marketing, di ba? So, dyan natin isi-save yung file. Tapos you have to manually grant permission, kailangan full. Ha? So, tama walang marketing. Tama wala, di ba? Marketing. Yan. You have to do this manually. Tapos, administrator. And then, domain. Laging dapat nandiyan domain. Na, domain. Full mo siya. Mano-mano yan. Permission. Okay. Okay, so meron na tayong path. Now, how about the New York server? Ayun, na-detect niya. Server 2, pero wala pang path. So you have to define the path. So enable local path for replication is under $. Sabihin natin, marketing. Same lang, para hindi na tayo malito. No? Next is make the selected replicate folder read-only. Ayoko, gusto ko full. Diba? Edit. Wala yung custom, di ba? Wala yung custom. Di natin alam. Ano bang permission nun? Create. So done, created na. Ngayon, since di natin alam yung permission ng server 2, you have to go manually sa server 2. Okay? Kasi walang permission to write. So you have to fix that problem. Okay. If you have any question, let me know. Wag sa chat ha, kasi I have to click pa yung chat. You can turn on your audio. Ay, teka, si Brilliantes
Server
pala.
3.
Dito tayo sa server 2. Yan ang ating server 2. Asa na yung marketing? So, hanapin natin marketing. Yun. So, tingnan natin permission. Sharing. Is it shared? Parang hindi. Oh, hindi, di ba? So, should be shared. And then permission, remove everyone, add domain admin. Add local admin. Lagi may local, ha? Ang local is administrators, add marketing. Yun lang naman tatlong very important. Unless meron pang group na who would like to access. You just have to grant the same process. Domain, full, local admin, full, Kasi kung hindi full, hindi sila makakapag-create. Okay? So isa pa, security. Pansinin nyo, administrators lang. Oh. So you have to add same thing. Marketing full. And domain admin. Walang domain admin eh. Para pakita ko sa inyo kung may problem at troubleshoot natin. O, done. So yun ang correct way of granting permission. Okay? So ano pa? So meron na tayong replication group. Sino yung member? So under marketing replication group, member is server 1 and server 2. Verify natin kung may connectivity by clicking topology. Sabi dito, topology for replication group is fully connected. Data can replicate. Oh, data can replicate na daw. Pwede na. So testingin natin si Andrea Brillantes kung nakakapag-replicate talaga siya. No? So let's go to server 3. Server 3 is our testing ground. Server 3 log in si Andrea. Andrea. Tapos, map natin yung DFS. Map G. And then, sabihin natin DFSW. Ano ba yung DFS namespace? Ayun. Nexus.local/marketing. Yan ang DFS namespace. Ayun. Okay, so natin kinuha yan. Yan lang. Okay, DFS namespace. So, si Andrea, meron ng access sa W drive. Okay? Ayan, marketing. So, let's say, may documents akong ginawa. Let's say, procedure on how to build Tesla car. Okay? Paano mag-create ng Tesla? How to build Tesla car. Very important yan. Si Andrea, kung nga rin, nasa New York. No? Suddenly, nag-shutdown ng New York server. Ma-access pa ba yan? Yan ang question. So since we created the highly available server, even if the first server goes down, that file, no, kahit mag-down yung server sa New York, that file can still be accessed kasi nag-replicate siya. We can still open. So, shutdown natin tong New York server. Tingnan natin kung ma-open pa rin yung file. Okay? Pero pakita ko muna, na-save ba talaga yung file? Baka naman hindi. So, ito, sa server 1, punta tayo sa server 1. Asan yung file na yon? Sa marketing, right? Yun, no? Procedure on how to build Tesla. Na-save, step 1. How about na-save ba sa server 2? Let's check. Ayun, na-save din. Okay? Malinaw. Malinaw, yung document was propagated from New York to London. Okay? Ngayon, totoo ba yan? No? So, sige, test natin. Magdagdag tayong step 2. Step 2. Okay? Step 2. Oh, na-save ba yun sa server 2 and 1? Check natin. Server 1 sa New York. Yes, na-save. How about sa London? Na-save ba ito? Server 2, London. Oh, ayun. Okay? Automatic. Any seconds you made changes will be synchronized. Okay? So how do you test high availability? So papatayin natin to. Papatayin natin tong server 1 DFS, no? So magsisynchronize pa ba yan? So paano patayin yan? Punta tayo sa services. Papatayin natin tong DFS. Yun, replication, papatayin natin. Kung nga rin nagloko. Kung nga rin na-shutdown talaga. Okay, patayin na yung server 1. So, hindi na magre-replicate, right? Pero ang question doon, user ba nag-down? So, ano nangyari? Nangyari, user sa New York, hindi na makakonect dito. Pero yung file can still be accessed sa London. Binigyan siya ng referral, sabi, this is not available, hence you can still use the one in London. Okay? Tingnan natin kung accessible pa yung file. So pupunta ako kay Andrea. Saan ba si Andrea? 3, ayan o. Oh, accessible po. Refresh natin. Oh, accessible pa yung marketing. Ulitin ko ha. Parang walang nangyari, no? Yan ang HA. Ngayon ang marketing, still up and running. Do pinatay ko ng DFS. Ayun pa. Okay, step 2. So mag-a-add ako ng step. Sabihin natin step 3. Can we still save? Do patay ng DFS ng una. Okay? So obviously, hindi magsisync dito sa server 1 kasi nga pinatay ko. Walang step 3. Uy, na-save. Teka. Ayo, hindi magre-replicate sa secondary. I'll show you, no? Kasi ito pala yung primary natin. Dito ko na-save. Pinatay ko yung DFS service. It won't replicate to the London server. Okay, ganun. Baliktad ako. Okay, so let's check the London server. Server 2, dapat wala tong step 3. Tama? Oh, wala nga. Hindi nag-sync. Okay? So we configured a highly available server even if the first server or second server goes down. Magre-replicate pa rin yung isa sa kanila. Okay? Any question? Wala. Okay, kailan ito magsisync up? You have to restart the service. Kasi namatay yung service. No? So, kita mo off. So, raran natin. Start. Makita mo running. And then, refresh. Refresh. So, magsisync na yan automatically. Yun, nagkaroon na ng step 3. Okay? So, any changes by the user will be automatically be updated. Ayan, na server 3, papalit. Magdi-delete ko lahat ng step. Let's say, dinelete ni Andrea Brillantes. Updated yan dalawang server na yan. Okay? So, tingnan natin. Server 1. Dinelete ko ha. Oh, walang laman. How about London server? Dinelete ko ha. Walang laman. Synchronize. Okay? So, working ang ating proof of concept. So, we just created a highly available server. Any question before we go sa DHCP? Any question? Any question? Okay, so may nagtatanong sa chat. Clear. Okay, good, good. Next is DHCP. So first of all, what is DHCP? DHCP stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. It's the one responsible for assigning automatic IP addresses to the client or to the server. But normally, ang server is static, diba? So DHCP usually sa client. So DHCP simplifies management of IP config on clients. Renewal is attempted every 50% of lease time. Let's say you assign 10 days. So magre-renew siya ng 5th day. No? And pag na-miss niyo yung lease time, meron pa siyang last attempt at 87.5%. So ano ginagawa niyan? So ito yung server. Let's say nag-open kayo ng laptop. What will happen? So meron nagbo-broadcast na DHCP server. Ang mangyayari niyan, magdodora. D-O-R-A. So first step, yung laptop na inopen nyo, magdi-discover. So it's broadcasting a discover protocol. So makikita nyo sa packet sniffer, makikita nyo discover. So naghahanap siya ng DHCP server. Yung server naman nagbo-broadcast. Nagbo-broadcast yan offer. So makikita niya, mag-offer siya dito. Then yung 3 magre-request. Pa-request nga ng IP address. And then server will acknowledge and give the IP address, subnet mask, gateway, and DNS. Hindi lang IP address. Okay? Marami siyang ibabato. To install DHCP, you can go to Windows Admin, Roles and Feature, or you can do PowerShell. It's very simple. Add Windows Feature, DHCP, include management tool, restart. No? Ang DHCP should have 2 groups, administrators, belong local and domain, and user, the one who will receive IP addresses. No? So install natin DHCP.
Sir, question.
Go ahead.
Doon po sa kanina sa replication, paano po makikita yung timestamp just in case na magkaroon ng collision sa data?
Ito, yan. Right click. So makikita namin Feb 4, 2023. Kung yung kabil, tapos meron pa yan eh. Sabihin natin 8 minutes ago. Kung yun is 10 minutes ago, mas latest to.
Okay, thank you.
So, DHCP, we have to install manually. So, pwede rin automatic na kung gusto niya. So, magma-manual na lang ako. Add role, feature. Napakasimple lang nito. So, server 1, hanapin mo yung DHCP. Yun, no? Okay. Including RSAT. So, include management tool, switch kung magpa-PowerShell ka. Restart the server if needed. Yes, install. Yeah, install. Ayan, done. And then the next thing you need to do is configure DHCP. So dito gagawa lang siya ng it will use the domain admin. Commit mo lang. Okay, done. And then how do you open up DHCP? On the left pane, meron DHCP doon. Right click DHCP management. Or you can type DHCP mgmt.msc. So first thing we need to do is create a scope. No? So dito tayo sa ating IPv4, hindi tayo gagawa ng IPv6. Create scope. Okay, name of scope is scope 10 kasi gagamit tayong 10.1.1.1. So ang first IP address will be sabihin natin 10.1.1.100 first IP address, ha? Ending IP will be 200. So 200 IP. So if you notice, automatic length niya is /8. Okay? And subnet mask na ibabato 2550. And then add exclusion. Let's say you have a static, no? Static starting from 110 para sa mga server, di ba? The 120. Okay? So yan ang reserve. Next, least duration 8 days. So kailan ito mag-expire? On the 4th day. Okay, 8 days automatic na yan. And then, do you want to configure the options? Options is in gateway. So para pag binato mo yung IP, pwede ka din magbato ng gateway. Okay? Na-detect niya ang DNS is 10.1.1.21 automatically. Okay? So what about yung NetBIOS? No, yung Wins, yung mga pang Windows XP, you have to type it manually pa rin. No? 21 pa rin ang ating Wins. Wins and DNS both have the same function. Lumang lang yung Wins eh. Activate the scopes. No? Ayan. So meron tayong scope. So you can see this one is active if ito na green. Tayo mo mag-green. Address pool na ibabato natin na dynamic 100 to 110. Okay? Refresh. Leases, wala pa nagli-lease. Pool, active na ba? Active na ba? Yun, active na daw siya. Okay? Yun, na green na. Ni-refresh ko lang, ha? Active na siya. So, how are we going to monitor kung nagli-lease na? Dito yun. Ha? Okay, ito na. So, testing na natin if DHCP is working by going to Andrea. So, server 3, naka-static to, di ba? So, restricted. Hindi ako makalogin. So, ano gagawin ko? Anybody help me? Hindi ko ma-launch yung control panel. Anybody? Anong gagawin ko? Admin. Tama. Yung group policy sa server 1. Kasi nag-run tayo ng nilock natin si Andrea. GPMC. Tanggalin muna natin. No? Marketing siya, disable control panel. Yun, di ba? Kaya nga namamatay. Papatayin ko yan. So, how do you turn this off? Pwede mong unlink by Antique. Yan. Okay. So wala na yan. Wala na yan. So si Andrea need to log out so that changes will take effect. Log back in. Tingnan natin kung malo-launch na natin ang control panel. Yun, na-launch na natin because we unlink. Ang gusto natin, matest yung IP address kung nagbabato na ba. No? Kasi ito naka-static, remember kanina? Hindi natin mabuksan kasi hindi, wala siyang local admin rights. Paano magagawin yon? So, sign out tayo, login tayo as domain admin. So, walang power si Andrea. Mag-change kasi nga, domain user lang siya. Only domain admin ang can change settings, di ba? Control panel. Let's remove the static IP. Ayan, naka-static siya, di ba? Okay, anybody, anong IP address makukuha niya pag nag-release renew ako? Based on my lesson. Anybody? Pag nag-release renew ako, ano magiging IP address niya?
Based dun sa sinet niyong range kanina.
Oo. So, nag-set ako ng range. Tama. Diba? Nag-set ako ng, ano ba sinet ko? Address pool. Sa address pool is dynamic range 100 to 200. So, the first IP that will be leased should be 100. Okay? Ay, hindi kinain nung host ko. Kasi naka-dynamic din ako. Kinain na niya. So, meron nang gumagamit ng 100. Ano susunod? 101. Okay? So, as of now, 23 yan. Re-release ko tong static. Re-release na. Dapat 101, ha? Boom. Okay. From 23, type natin. Anong IP address? 101. Okay, tama kayo. How do you check from address list? Kailangan may 101 yan, ha? Refresh natin. Yun. Oh. Diba? So, it's working. It's working, ha? So, yan. Successful ang ating DHCP server. Any question? Sino nagbato? Si 21. Ito, si server 1. Okay? Any question? Yan. Success.
Address pool, sir, di ba may parang split yung 100 to 120?
Anong question? Yeah, 100 to static
Distribute
kasi
pa
ito
rin
eh.
siya, which is, di ba, dapat hindi na siya mag-distribute. 110, okay.
110, 110.
So, tama. So, 101 ka pala.
Oo, 101 to 109.
Sorry.
Hindi, okay lang. So, yan. So, within the range pa rin. Okay, yan ka rin. Good question. Tanong lang kayo. So, that's done. So, ang binato niya, subnet mask, gateway, DNS server. Hindi lang IP address. Di ba? Tingnan mo, ano binato niya? IP address, ano to? Gateway, DNS, pati DHCP server, pati DNS. Okay? Kasi we selected the options. Yun ang options. No? Okay, any question? Kung wala na, yeah, go ahead.
Possible po ba ma-remove siya permanently yung isang device kapag naka sa DHCP? Di ba temporary lang yun?
Oh, in DHCP, temporary lang yan. If you remove the device, it will be leased to succeeding devices. So kung nagamit na yung 101 tapos pinatay ko 101, magki-clear yung database and then someone join, papagamit sa kanya yung 101 unless binded.
Okay, sir.
Oo, yan. Okay, next one. Dito na tayo sa next module natin sa module 10, Advanced DHCP Failover. So magfa-failover na tayo. No, advanced na to. Paano failover, sir? Ano sinasabi nyo? So meron tayong primary DHCP, right? So we can install DHCP on server 2. Papatayin ko to. Yung scope will be failover dito. So si Andrea magre-renew. Dito siya huhugot. Okay? So how do you verify na dito humugot? Makikita mo yung DHCP servers 22 instead of 21. Tama? Kasi tingnan mo, di ba? Ano ang DHCP server natin ngayon? Sino nagbato? Si 21, server 1. So mamaya, pag pinatay ko na isa, to test the failover, dapat 22. Okay? Eto na. So gagawa tayo ng secondary DHCP, which is server 2. So the usual, install ko na naman. Install ko na naman dito ang ating role. Pwede rin PowerShell, pero para maintindihan nyo lalo. Okay, same procedure. Add remove roles. DHCP. Yun, DHCP. So, best practice, minimum of 2. No, laging ganun minimum of 2. Hindi pwedeng isa lang. Once the first server dies, goodbye data. No? Okay, done. Then, complete DHCP, config, adding ng user lang to, ng groups and user. Commit. Okay, done. Tapos na. Ngayon, you can open DHCP by typing DHCP mgmt or DHCP dito na lang. So we have server 2, pero if you notice, wala tong scope, walang laman. Kasi it's not yet configured for failover. Basta namang walang scope, walang option. Blankong-blanko, no matter how you refresh. Okay? So ang gagawin natin is we're gonna configure the second server to be a failover DHCP. So, server 1, go to IPv4, configure failover. Yun lang, no? Configure failover. Then question dito, which server, which scope you want to failover? Anong scope ang gusto mo failover? Hindi naman 10.00, 10.11 nga, di ba? No? So pipili tayo. Scope 10. Teka, bakit? Ba't 10.00? Ayun kasi nalagay ko yata ang name eh. Na? And then add server. Sinong partner server? Server 2, syempre. So he's trying to contact server 2. Nako, teka, mali. Server 2, contact. Server 2. Yan, contact na ba? Ayan, contacting pa. Next. So, ito yung relationship name, server 1 to server 2. MCLT, meaning maximum client lead time, kailan ako lilipat? Sabihin natin 1 minute. No, 1 minute. Para the moment na mamatay, lipat agad. What mode? Gusto kong hot standby, meaning hot naka-on and ready to give. No? Mode ng partner, standby. Okay, so sino active? Ito, 1 active. Switch over, meaning failover. Kailan ako babalik? Just in case the server 1 goes up, 1 minute. And then shared secret, ito yung password. No? Okay, yun lang. Okay, so done, completed na. So this scope will be synchronized or propagated dito within a few minutes. So keep on refreshing. Tingnan niyo, wala pa ha. Antay tayo ng few minutes, magsisync na yan. You know, kita mo, scope 10 lumabas. Ayun na. So that means they're sharing the same database. No? So when you say sharing, parehong-pareho lang lalabas. Yung 101 na IP assigned sa server 3, meron siyang local record din. Same with this one. No? Yung IP na 101 assigned sa server 3, parehong-pareho. Because they're sharing the same database. Okay? So ito na, tetestingin na natin. Paano kung namatay itong DHCP server na to? Papatayin natin, ha? So we're gonna shut down the server 1. Papatayin natin. Stop. Stopping DHCP. So that moment, namatay siya, nagpiping, no? Polling. Sabi niya, when are we going to fail over? Di ba kanina 1 minute yung maximum client lead time? So mag-aantay ka ng 1 minute bago lumipat dito. If you refresh this one and check the status, nakita niyo originally green, magkakaroon siyang sign na fail over, which is arrow. So he's polling pa rin, wala pa kasing 1 minute. Polling. O yun, nakita niya, patay na yung kabila. Sabi, the icon becomes red and pointing to the right. Nag-fail over dito. Which means, ito yung active. Ito, dead. Okay? Server 2 active, server 1 dead. Okay? Question.
So, makaka-experience ng down yung mga, sir, connected sa DHCP na yun?
Hindi. Walang downtime kasi na-assignan ka na ng IP. Connected
okay,
sila.
sir. Nakakuha pa naman siya before mag-down kasi yung primary. Okay.
Yeah, connected na siya. Yung mga newcomer lang. So, ay, walang IP. Okay. Now, kanina, ang ating DHCP is 21. So, dapat maging 22, tama?
Yes, sir.
Tingnan natin. Check natin. O, bakit 21 pa rin? No? 21 pa rin, di ba? 21 pa rin. Patay na yung 21. Kasi nga sa database. No? So, let's say, you wait for a few minutes, tapos, may mga bagong newcomer. Sino magbabato? Nag-renew ako. Kung nga newcomer. Sino magbabato? Anybody?
22 na, sir?
22 na. Kasi patay na isa eh. Oo. So, how do we verify? /all. Tingnan natin. Dapat 22 ha. Yun no? Kita mo yan? Oh. Diba? So, yung mga newcomer ang maapektuhan. Yung old na previously assigned, kanila na yun. Kanila. 22 na nagbato. Okay? Ngayon, start natin ulito. So, meron tayong switch over, remember, kanina, which is 1 minute. So, kailan lilipat? After 1 minute. No? Kahit anong refresh mo yan, hindi pa yung lilipat. Tama, hindi pa green. So, you have to wait after 1 minute.
What if, sir, the whole server 1 yung nag-down?
Okay lang. DHCP meron pa rin yan.
DHCP and DNS, makukuha pa rin din sa server.
Babato pa rin ng DHCP. Okay.
Sir, question.
Go ahead.
For example, sir, if nagkataon yung may mga new users na nag-try na mag-ask ng IP address during that time na nag-down yung server 1. And then you sabi mo, meron tayong 1 minute bago mag-take over yung server 2. So, ano sir magiging response ng servers or dyan sa output na yan, sir, kung meron nag-initiate na mag-request ng IP? Ano kayo
mag-aantay siya ng 1 minute.
Okay.
Until mag-up yung DHCP kasi wala nagbo-broadcast. So 1 minute lang naman yan.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, so nag-switch over tayo. Pero check natin ano pang IP. Yun pa rin. Tingnan mo, 101 and nag-assign 22. Kasi hindi pa naman tayo nagre-renew eh. Check natin to. Pag nag-green, nag-green na. Active na siya. So magre-renew na tayo. It will switch over or fail back from 22 to 21. Okay? So mag-renew tayo.
Sir, na kahit di mag-renew.
Pwede rin, hindi mag-renew. Ganun pa rin
tapos
item.
Tapos sakaling magre-restart na lang yung leasing time, bumabalik na siya kay 21.
21 na. So let's say may bago,
Start yung
let's say may
lista.
So let's say may bago, let's say nag-on, no? So ganito tsura, walang IP, di ba? Tapos may nag-renew, renew. Tingnan natin sino magbabato. Syempre 21 kasi nag-switch over na. All, ayun, 21, bumalik. Okay? So nag-fail back. Okay? So we successfully configured yung failover, no? Working siya. Paano naman yung load balancing? So, simple term balancing, magbabalance lang yung 50% sa kabila, 50% sa kabila rin. So, paano kina-configure yan? Same way. So, nakita mo tong failover. Naka-hot standby siya, di ba? Naka-hot standby. No? Edit mo siya. Gawin mo siyang balance. Yung kanina, may balance tayo, di ba? Okay. Kasi naka-configure na to as failover. So, di-delete mo yung failover. No? You will select balancing naman. Yung kanina, nakita nyo ba? I-delete natin yung failover. Okay, deleted yung failover. Configure naman load balancing. Dito din sa same space. Add server 2. Yan, no? So instead of hot standby, load balance lang siya. Okay? So 50% sa server 1, 50% sa partner 2. Server 2. No, yun lang yan. Magbabalance lang siya.
Yung
Okay.
divided ng DHCP, sir. Kunyari 1 to 100, tape 1, tapos 101 to 200, tape 2.
Tama. So hati siya. Let's say 100 IP address, 50-50. 50 sa kaliwa, 50 sa kanan.
Okay.
Ngayon hindi natin matetest yun kasi wala naman tayong 100 servers. Maganda sana kung matest. Anyway, let's move on. Troubleshooting DHCP. So check the following settings. Usually DHCP service should be running. If not, run the net start command, DHCP server. No? Net start, net stop, mga ganun. No? So dito, you can run net stop, DHCP. Papatayin ko yan. O yan, pinatay na niya. So it's like restarting a DHCP server. Okay, pinatay ko. So meron siya mga dependencies. These are all dependencies. Lahat yan papatayin niya. IP helper, yung passing of IP address to different router. Proxy, papatayin din niya. Network list service, it will, list down all network connectivity. And location awareness. No? Pinatay na niya. Okay? Then you have to start as well. No? Another way to troubleshoot is by going to, dapat naka-authorize. If not authorize, hindi siya magbabato. Kasi ganito, may router ka sa bahay, diba? May router sa office. So, sino magbabato ng IP? No? If you did not authorize the server, yung router magbabato ng IP. Na may mga ganun. Kasi hindi pwedeng magbato pareho. Malilito yung computer. Saan ba kukuha ng IP? Diba? Verify that IP lists are available from the console. I've shown you may active, di ba? Check whether may bad IP address dun sa console. Kanina active lang, di ba? Walang bad address, so that's good. And you can get DHCP server binding. If this IP is binded to a server, static siya. Okay? Static siya. You can also check the event logs by going sa event VWR. So, ganito. Tagal naman ito. Ano nangyari sa'yo? Stopping. So, you can go via event VWR. You can check what's happening sa DHCP. Dito yan, logs. Na? So, saan ba DHCP? Dito yan. May sarili yan. Pag wala dyan sa system, ito yan. Let's check the latest logs. Ano ba latest? Sa taas. Luma-luma. 2021. Ito. Ito yung latest. So, these are the logs. Hanapin mo yung DHCP. Ayun. Nakita mo? So, the DHCP service has detected it's running on DC, has no credential, and configure for DNS passing. Okay, so yan. Nakita na natin. Now, another way to check DHCP is through logs. Ito yung more intelligent way. So, punta lang kayo ng System 32. Troubleshooting. Kasi day-to-day activities na. Papasok ka lang late sa office, hindi ka mabibigyan ng IP, hindi ka makakonect. No, so troubleshoot, ba't di makakonect si Chris? Kasi late na pumasok, naubusan na ng IP. So check the log. Ito, this is IPv6, ito yung 4. So dito makikita lahat, no? So event ID 0 meaning nag-start, event ID 10, a new IP address was leased. And then 12 nag-release, 11 nag-renew, and 50 codes rogue. Okay, so ito na, interpret natin. So ito yung logs. Ano nangyari kanina? So we started ng ganitong oras, tapos unreachable, tapos nag-authorize, tapos in-stop ko, remember? And then nag-failover tayo. So naging unreachable kasi in-stop ko. And then nag-switch over ako, nag-failback, bumalik yung service, nag-assign tayo ng 101 sa server 3, tama? And then may nag-assign, may nag-renew. Okay? Sino yung nag-renew? Server 3. Ano binato? 101, right? Diba? So kitang-kita sa logs lahat. Sa logs lahat nakikita. Yan. Okay, yan ang log. Okay, so in-depth advanced troubleshooting na yan. Any question? Okay, so wala na question. Let's move sa ating last topic. Ay, hindi naman last. DNS, Module 12. Module 12. What is DNS? DNS stands for Domain Name System, Domain Name Resolution. Basic responsibility nito is to resolve hostname to IP. Okay? What do I mean hostname to IP? So ganito yan. Kung nakakonect kayo sa internet, pag pining ko yung facebook.com, that's a hostname. So DNS will provide me IP address. Yan ang IP address. Na? Reverse DNS lookup naman, baliktad. I will inquire about the IP address. Provide ko sa kanya yung IP address. Bibigyan ako ng hostname. Pare, sino ba tong IP address na to? Pare, si ano yan? Si EdgeStar Mini. Hong Kong, Facebook yan. Hong Kong nga lang, no? Hong Kong, okay? So yung reverse, baliktad na. Usually, mga router, they can easily do calculation using number. So that's why they provide number. Humans naman, it's much easier for us to remember names. That's why we provide names. So DNS domain names are portion of DNS namespace. Yung full namespace, fully qualified domain name, kompleto. Can either be public or private. The one we're using is private. No? DNS servers naman, he's the one responding to request. IP Facebook, binatuhan ako ng IP. Okay? Siya nagre-respond. You can access DNS info from local, which is yung kanina, external yan database. No? DNS zones and resource record. A zone is a local copy of DNS. So meron siyang forward lookup, which means you had to provide hostname. Ang reverse naman, you need to provide IP address. DNS resolvers contains DNS information from the DNS servers. So yung kanina, yung tinanong ko, DNS ng Facebook siguro yun na ng Google. No, kasi ito yan probably DNS ng server to, ng Facebook, no? Public record no? Let's go to private. Sa private. Ano nangyari dito? Naghang siya. Pag naghang yung DHCP, you can easily start using services. So, hanapin yung DHCP kasi hindi na siya running daw eh. Anyway, so meron tayong DNS dito. You can open up using dnsmgmt.msc. So, itong ating DNS. BC. You can invoke from here. Yun. BC. So we have forward lookup which contains records such as A record. A stands for address. The address is .22. Okay. Server 1 has an address of 21. Server 2, 22. Server 3 naging 101. Remember, dynamic kasi. So if I ask, maganda sa client para realistic, no? If I query the IP address from workstation 3, no? So babatuhan ako ng resolution nito. Tandaan nyo, DNS natin 21 pa rin. No? Mamaya mag-failover tayo. So if I query, sino ba si server 2? Sagot niya si 22. Okay, okay. Sino si server 3? Sagot niya, meron kasi kung IPv4. Tanggalin muna natin IPv6 pala. Sumagot ng IPv6. So let's remove IPv6. Yan. Okay, para IPv4 lang tayo. So I'm pinging server 3. Sino si server 3? Ako yun eh. No? That 101. Okay. Hindi magandang example. Dito nga tayo. Ping server 3. 101. Okay, okay. Nagre-respond. Ngayon, bakit timeout? Kasi may firewall. Disable natin yung firewall. Yun na. Naka-on. Off natin. Ping natin. Ayun. Nag-respond. 101. Tama, 101. Okay? Kasi hinugot dito sa DNS. Now, what will happen if we change this one to static? Diba? Ano mangyayari? Anong mangyayari? Teka, administrator ako, diba? Sino ba naka-login? Andrea? Logout lang ako, naka-Andrea. Sign out. Login. Server 3, pan-testing natin. Hindi yan talagang server. Naka-admin naman ako. Ba't di ako maka-log out? Maka-change ng IP. So, Ethernet. Yun. So, gonna put back the original IP. Okay, so ang IP nito is 23 na. Tama? $23. Okay, nagbago. Ngayon, pag ipiping ko siya, question, bakit 101 pa rin ang hinahanap niya? Anybody? Because of the forward lookup zone. Kasi sa forward lookup zone, nakalagay 101 pa rin eh. Hindi na-update. No? So that's the problem. No? So yan ang problem. So what do you need to do? You need to update the forward lookup zone with the correct IP address. 23. Okay? Update mo siya manual. No? Kasi nagbe-base lang ako sa, I cannot be updated. Nagbe-base lang ako sa DNS. Ayun, nagbago dynamically. Nagbago na siya, no? Without changing. So pag pining ko na server 3, updated na siya. Bakit dito hindi pa updated? Kasi he's reading from cache. So how do you troubleshoot that? Actually, troubleshooting na ito ginagawa ko, no? Flash DNS. Flash DNS. So buburahin niya yung cache. So the next time I ping, it will read directly from the DNS record. You know. Oh, yung bago na. Sana solution doon, Flash DNS. Okay? So yun ang forward lookup, no? Reverse naman is using reverse IP addresses. So paano yung reverse IP addresses? Usually used in ISP. If you query using reverse lookup, mag-error to. Sabi nga, how do you query using reverse lookup? The command is nslookup and the IP address. Ayan. So, unknown error. So, may problem, di ba? May problem. So, how do you resolve this? You need to create a reverse lookup zone. So, dito sa reverse lookup, you need to define the address, primary, no? Reverse lookup, and you need to define the net ID, which is 10111. Okay? So, yan. So, meron na ako reverse lookup, pero wala pang record. Kaya, if I query 23, hindi pa rin natin alam sino siya. Mag-error siya. Okay? So, how do you resolve that one? So, you need to add a reverse lookup record. Paano mag-add? Server 3, you need to update the pointer record. So, it will point to the correct address. So, dito lalabas yan when you refresh. Yun siya. Okay? So that will be solved. So, makikita nyo dito, we're gonna have a response of who is 23. Yun, no? Nakita niya. Sino si 23? Si server 3. Yun, no? 23 is server 3. Okay? Klaro? Klaro ba? So, yan ang ating DNS. So, what are DNS zones? DNS server authorized for training. Let's say client 2. So, magtatanungin natin itong database niya, DNS database. So, database 2 contains exact record of the client. Ibabato niya dito. Tawag dito, authoritative. Okay? Authoritative contains the actual record. So, forward, you provide host name. Reverse naman, you provide IP. Okay? So, ito yung mga DNS record. Start of authority is our start of zone. NS is the DNS server name and with IP address. Host A, yung exact IP address ng host name. Ito naman IPv6. Alias naman is CNAME. No? So you can put a CNAME. SRV naman is service location. Let's say CebuPacificAir.com is pointing to several SRV records. So marami siya, siguro mga 10. Just in case yung first server is not available, SRV will locate the succeeding server. Okay? So, CNAME alias lang to. So, gagawa kong alias dito. Server 1. Yan. New alias. Sabihin ko file server is alias is pointing to server 1. Kasi nandun yung file server natin, di ba? So, hanapin ko sa forward. Hanapin ko. Sino ba yung FS na yun? FS will be server 1. Okay? Yan. So, the moment I ping fs from client, malalaman niya. fs.nexus.local. Sino to? Sino to? Oh, server 121. Alias lang yan. So, instead of typing UNC path, you can just ping fs. No? fs lang. Okay na. Ayun. Alias. No? Alias kasi. Okay? Any question? Yun, na-install ko na yung DNS. So, nauna pa nga yung demo. So next is advanced DNS failover naman tayo. Failover na tayo, advanced. Manual creation of record can be a method, can be DNS. You can install the DNS using Admin Center, DNS Manager, or PowerShell. You can, by default, on DNS, meron siyang dynamic creation. Remember kanina, yung server 3, pinalitan natin ng dynamic na 101. Automatically na-register sa DNS, di ba? Diba? Without doing anything. Yun yung dynamic creation. Client register name and IP address automatically recorded in forward lookup zone. The client server perform registration. So nag-register siya. And requires communication sa primary. Okay? Primary yung 1. Server can register client that don't support dynamic DNS. So pwede rin yan. So when you install AD, DNS will be installed. So if you want to check, get Windows feature pipeware DNS. So lalabas dyan kung hindi pa install, unmarked, no? Walang X. If you want to install DNS, the command install Windows feature DNS include management tool. No, pwede rin yan. And so on. No? Ang DNS can be done, can be replicated via Active Directory. Let's say may DNS record dito. AD to AD can be replicated. Magkakaroon dito ng DNS resource records din. Pero yung traditional, iba. No? Yung primary zone, kailangan pa mag-zone transfer. Ito yung dedemo ko. Dedemo ko to. No? So meron tayong primary DNS server 1, and then yung server 2 gagawin kong secondary DNS, and then lahat ng records sa primary will be replicated sa secondary. Tapos papatayin ko to. Then we're gonna verify sino nagbabato ng DNS. No? So in short, we're gonna test failover. Okay. So demo, install second DNS and replicate record sa second server. No? Pwedeng PowerShell kung gusto yung PowerShell, pero mag-ano na lang ako. Pwede i-try yun sa server 2. Server 2. Ito na. So gagawin ko secondary DNS so we can practice failover. Okay, so wala tong DNS. I'm gonna install DNS. Kung gusto yung PowerShell, pareho lang yan. Ganito PowerShell. So the command is install Windows PowerShell, Windows feature DNS, include management tools. Okay. Para matatapos tayo ng maaga. Any question? Tanong naman kayo. Tanong na kayo. Walang tanong. So to run DNS, just type DNS mgmt.msc. Okay? So we have DNS on server 2 na wala pang record. Blankong-blanko. Walang laman. And we have DNS on server 1 na napakadaming laman. So we would like these records to be transferred on 2. And then papatayin natin to. And then we're gonna test from server 3 if we did a successful failover. Okay? So paano gawin yan? Dito na tayo. Advanced DNS failover. Second from the last topic. Matatapos na tayo. Dito na tayo. Module 13. Failover ng DNS. Ito na. Ito na. Magtanong kayo anytime. Don't be shy. Step 1. Step 1. Go to properties. Ano ba yung gusto nating replicate pala? Forward lang. Forward lang. So go to the forward lookup zone. Yan. So first, how would you like to send update? Is it secure only or both? Mag-both na tayo. Okay. Step 2. Which server you would like to replicate? Edi server 2. Diba? So type server2.nexus.local. Resolve. Yun, nakuha niya. 22 daw. Okay, okay. Apply. Yun lang ha. Step 3. A zone transfer sends copy of the zone to server that requests a copy. So how do you like to allow zone transfer? I would like to transfer the zone only to server listed under the name server tab. Ito yun. No? Anything listed dito, dun ako magre-replicate, which is server 2. So lilipat dito. Okay? Ano yung lilipat? Yung nexus zone. Nexus local forward lookup zone. Ito to. So lilipat yung server 1, 2, 3. Lahat yan. Pati yung ginawa kong alias. Okay? Yun lang. So let's start transferring the zone. So how do you transfer? So within a few seconds, magantay ka. Natural na lilipat yan. Ito, walang laman yan ha. Walang laman. Walang laman. Ay, teka, may gagawin pa pala dito. Sa forward lookup zone, you need to define what zone you would like to replicate. Okay? So I'm gonna replicate using secondary, meaning you cannot delete, you cannot create. Okay? Zone name is Nexus Local. Ito yung forward lookup zone na yun. No? Forward lookup zone, Nexus Local. So I'm creating secondary forward lookup zone Nexus Local. Yun ang gusto ko i-replicate dito. Now, it's asking, sino yung master? Sino yung master? Ang master yung unang server. And anyway, dalawa lang naman server natin. Ayun, nakita na niya. 21. Ngayon, papansin mo, ba't hindi ma-enter? Hindi ma-enter. No? Gusto niya IP address. Maarte to eh. Enter. Ayun. No? Ayaw pa niya. Maarte to eh. Ayaw pa niya. Pakipot pa, pakipot. Ulitin natin. Validating. Teka, ba't hindi siya makakontakt sa one? Isa pa. Validating. Ayun, na-locate na nga eh. Hindi natin ma-next. Pag ganyan, ulit-ulit. Ayun na pala. Tapos na pa. Tapos na. Na-transfer na. Pati yung FS. Oh? Di ba? Oh? Server 123, server 123. Okay? So we successfully propagated the records. Okay? Any question? Ngayon, failover natin. Hindi pa natin na failover. Okay, failover na natin. So, meaning, papatayin natin yung 1. Dapat yung secondary ang mag-kick off. So, paano natin testingin yan? Testingin natin using IP config lang. Now, I'm selecting PowerShell so we can max out yung screen kasi naliliitan kayo for sure. Tama? Uy, magsalita naman kayo. Any question? Matatapos na tayo. Walang nagtatanong, 40 kayo, 40.
Nakapalo naman.
Okay, good. Okay, malinaw, ang ating DNS server is 21. Papatayin ko to. Papatayin natin to. Papatayin natin yan, 21 na yan. Stop. To simulate a downtime. So, namatay na yung server, DNS server, ha? Namatay ko nga rin, DNS server. Patay na. Ayun, patay na. Okay. Ngayon, ano gagawin natin? DNS. Kailangan lumipat sa kabila. Okay? Ayun, tama. Kailangan lumipat sa kabila. Nandito tayo. So we need to define a secondary. Sa lahat ng nakakonect, dapat meron siyang secondary query. No? So paano gagawin to? Usually dito, may secondary. Tama? Yan, okay? Yan, may secondary.
What
So,
if
lahat
dun sa
dapat
obtain,
meron.
sir? Paano pag-obtain lang?
Ha?
Kung naka-obtain ka lang.
Dynamically? Yeah. Sa DHCP natin, since dalawa yung DNS, good question yan ha. Naka-obtain ka lang no? Pakita ko paano gagawin yan. Teka, on ko muna to. Tama yung question. Maganda yung question ni sir. Paano ko na-success? Naka-manual ka lang, no? Open natin DHCP mgmt.msc. Yan. Remember dito, paano kung dynamic? Di ba? Paano kung dynamic? So, dito magdadagdag ka ng scope. Hindi scope. Options. Ayan na. Saan na ba yun? Ba't single lang ito? Hinahanap ko yung option. Since nawala, recreate natin. Didelete ko tong scope na to. Kasi ito yung magbabato sa'yo ng IP. Di ba? Siya rin
Yes, sir.
magbabato ng
Tapos, DNS mo.
DNS. So, gagawa tayo ng ganun pa rin. Scope 10. Pareho lang, no? Pero this time, dalawang DNS. Start IP. 100 starting natin. 200 na. Starting ng static naman. 190 kung nga. 1.1.200 na. Ngayon, ang gusto kong i-add is yung options. Gateway, 10.1.1.1. Ito na, gusto ko. Kasi dito, isa lang yung DNS. So, tanong dito, please define your DNS. Isa lang, di ba? Paano kung nag-failover? So, kailangan mo dalawang DNS na, di ba? Di ba? Kasi hindi yan ibabato pag wala dito eh. So, dapat ganyan.
Yan pala di-define, sir.
Dito i-define, yes. Ayun, na-detect. Yan. Kaya mamaya, pag nag-IP config tayo, 22 lalabas. Okay. Wins naman, ganun din. Add natin yung dalawa. Activate the scope. Ayan. So, magbabato na yan. Okay, okay. So, as of now, ang ating server 3, ulitin ko, 21, di ba? O, yan. Pero dalawa na yung...
Static yan, sir. Naka-static pa yan.
Naka-static yan. 23 yung IP. Paano kung dynamic? Di ba? Di ba? Paano kung lilipat ba? Tingnan natin. So, dapat lumipat yan. Ha? So, papatayin ko na yung DNS. Papatayin ko na itong... Patay pa pala. Hindi, binuhay ko, di ba? Papatayin natin itong DNS. So, ano mangyayari? So, this will simulate a downtime. Server 1 or .21 will no longer resolve DNS. Okay? Ang magiging DNS niya dapat yung 22. Okay? So, gawin na nating dynamic. Si server 3.
Yung downtime nun, sir, lang yung span time lang or parang mga milliseconds lang ba? Or
milliseconds lang ta. Okay, dynamic ko. Sino magbabato? Siyempre yung server 1. IP config, release, kasi naka-assign pa yung luma. Renew. Nag-assign na siya, di ba? All. DNS niya ngayon, patay na yung 21, di ba? Patay na yung 21, pero binatuhan pa rin ako ng 22. Okay, so patay yung DNS ha. So if I ping server 3, sino nagsaserve nito? Or server 2, sino nagbabato nito? Yung DNS 2 na, yung pangalawa. If I ping the alias, sino nagresolve nito? DNS2 na. Kasi I can still resolve even if the primary is dead. Even if we flash the cache, kasi baka mamaya may cache siya, di ba? Baka doon binabasa. Okay, flash ko na, wala na laman ha. So I'll display to you ano laman ng cache. Walang laman. Okay, so if I ping fs.nexus.local, sino sasagot dito? May reply ako eh. Si 22. Okay? So it's working. 22. Yeah. Go ahead. So 22 sumasagot nito. Na? So sino sumasagot? Si 22. So puntahan natin itong 22. Di ba meron siyang... So gagawa pa ako ng isa pang record just to make sure na 22 sumasagot. Server 4, IP address is 10.1.1.24. Add host. Ayan. So, gawa na siya. No? So, piping ko yung server 4. So, I'm querying DNS2. O yun. May record ako nahugot. 24. No? Unreachable dahil wala naman talaga server 4. Which means, gumana yung DNS2 natin. Nag-fail over siya. Okay? So, balik natin. Fail back tayo. Fail back. Start. So, mag-fail back yan. So, what will happen? So, since we created a new record sa server 2, the newly created record will be propagated then. Kita niyo na, server 4. Re-replicate dito yan. Okay? Tama ha. Yun. Oh, ang galing, di ba? Ang galing. Working. Failover. Any question? No, tapos na tayo. Any question? Any question? Now, question sa server 2. Di ba ano lang to? Secondary. Can you delete? You cannot delete. Tingnan mo. Ay, teka. Secondary, primary. Primary yata. Hindi yata na secondary. Kaya pwede mag-delete. If you delete here, kung mag-delete ka dito, deleted ba dito? Yes, automatic propagation yan. Mag-aantay ka nga lang. Kita mo yan? Few seconds pa yan bago ma-delete. Na, mag-aantay ka. Okay, any question pa? Any question? Okay, troubleshooting. Punta na tayo dito sa last topic natin, troubleshooting. So may problem tayo, no? So we're gonna be troubleshooting kasi hindi ma-delete eh. So how do you do troubleshoot? Yung like yung ginawa ko kanina, I verify kung sino yung secondary and primary by typing ipconfig all. You can also check whether DNS is authoritative. That's being looked up by checking with authoritative data. So authoritative, the one holding records, both of them are authoritative. You can also run NSLOOKUP to query the reverse lookup address, no? And then kanina, di ba, nag-doubt tayo. So, baka naman sa cache binabasa. So binura ko. Finlash ko yung resolver by typing flash DNS. Now, DNS logs, nasa event viewer lang yan. Makikita mo, application, DNS. So meron siyang sariling DNS logs. Ito. So dito sa event viewer, meron siyang DNS. Yun. Nakikita mo kagad. So DNS server has finished background loading, blah, blah, blah. Yan lang. Thank you! Diyan tayo natatapos. Pero teka, hindi pa tapos yung troubleshooting ko. So troubleshooting, di ba nag-delete tayo ng 4? So refresh nga natin, dapat na-delete na. Ayaw. Sir, ba tayo mag-delete? Dinelete ko na sa server 2. So dito na papasok ang troubleshooting natin. No? So how do you troubleshoot this? So yung forward lookup, somehow hindi re-refresh. No? Hindi siya nag-reload. No? So ano pwede natin gawin? You can either run reload. Okay. Ayun, natanggal. Reload lang. So, ganun. Reload. Pero ang gusto kong mangyari, transfer data. Sa kabila naman, so let's say gagawa tayo another record ba? Server 5 na merong IP address na 10.1.1.25. I'll host. Done. Meron na yan, di ba? Lipat tayo dito sa server 2 natin. Is it synchronized? Wala, walang 5, di ba? Ito yung gusto kong pakita. So, just in case that thing happen na hindi nagre-replicate sa secondary DNS, how are you gonna fix that one? Kasi ayaw, no? Ayaw lumabas yung 5. So, we can do, aside from reload, you can do transfer zone. Yun. You can restart, no? Pwede may restart. Tapos, you can clear cache dito. Okay. You can transfer the zone manually. Okay. Okay, so tingnan natin kung gumana na. Wala pa rin, di ba? Wala pa? Hinahanap ako, di makita. Wala din. Sige, try lang natin reload. Hindi available yung hinahanap ko. Medyo advanced yata yung hinahanap. Ayun, lumabas na. So, ganun lang pag troubleshoot. If not propagated, you have to wait few minutes. Or if you need it urgently, reload. Okay? Diyan tayo nagtatapos sa ating troubleshooting. Any question?
Sir, may ano na lang, scenario.
Yes, go ahead.
Possible po ba sa AB is i-reserve mo na yung IP niya para in case na lumipat-lipat siya na ibang workstation, makukuha niya pa rin yung IP?
Pwede.
Possible din.
Yes. Binding yung sinasabi mo. So, kailangan i-bind natin siya doon. Babind mo siya. So, static IP. Magiging static IP na yan. Okay, so tapos na tayo. I'm gonna give you stop ko yung sharing, stop ko na yung recording kasi tapos na tayo. Bibigay ko yung link so you can download. Sir, pa-add po Christian Dave. Yan, add natin na yung mga names ninyo na. Share ko muna to. Share. Sino pa wala dito sa group na to? Nakikita niyo screen?
Yes, sir.
Christian Dave. Dami niyo ah. Sa isa-isahin ko. Add Christian. Add Christian Dave. Christian Dave. Yan. Sino pa wala? Teka, maganda. Teka, stop muna recording. Stop recording. Are you sure you want to